Hello, everybody. We're still waiting on Justin, but he should be on his way over here, so let's get started here. Again, welcome to Flock. It's really exciting to see people in person. There are a lot more people here than there were 10 minutes ago, so I think that's a good sign. Hopefully some people on the stream as well, possibly people here at the conference on the stream in their hotel rooms because they didn't want to actually get out of bed after the pub trivia last night. We'll see. Hopefully more people will be around soon. But a couple housekeeping things first. We have evening events coming up. There's a scavenger hunt and what else tonight, Jen?
Dinner at Tequila Jack's.
Dinner
at 6, and so be in the lobby at 5:15.
Wait, I'll get that part on the mic. Yeah. But yeah, so there's dinner at 6 and then a scavenger hunt. There's a bus, or two buses, leaving from the front of this hotel at 5:30 sharp. So be in front of the hotel at 5:15 or so to get everybody organized and onto those buses. We will leave people behind, so take the city bus if that happens. But also for the scavenger hunts, they wanted to have pre-arranged groups, so go to the front desk and sign up for a group there. We will put you into a group if you don't have, don't worry, we'll make everything okay. There's no pressure about finding the cool kids or anything like that. We're all cool kids here, so that'll be good. There's a ghost tour tomorrow, and you have to sign up for that as well. And there's an early and a late one. I assume that the ghosts come out more in the late tour than the early tour, so depending on your level of ghost comfort, you can decide whether you want to do that. Anyways, hi there. I am happy to present our keynote speaker, who is also one of the main organizers of this conference, Jen Madriaga, who I first met at one of the, I think, Linux Foundation open source things a while ago, and I was very surprised to find somebody from marketing who was actually at one of our events and understood how communities worked and open source and was just excited to talk about, Fedora, and actually had Linux RHEL on her laptop. Amazing. So here she is, Jen Madriaga, who will be telling us. Sorry, that wasn't a very well-prepared intro because I didn't prepare at all, but Jen is very prepared, so.
That's assuming a lot, Matthew. Hey, everybody. Good morning. Man, it was late night last night, so I'm so glad you're all here. So, anyway, I know we're running a little bit late at the keynote. I'm going to try to be on time as much as possible, even if we're having a bit of a late start. I was going to stand at a podium, but apparently you can't see me if I'm behind the laptop. So I'm going to be peeking in and out so I can cheat and look at my notes. So, anyway, I'm here to talk to you about framing DEI globally. It's a conversation that people have been having, I think, for a while for a variety of reasons. And I wanted to provide some frameworks through which to view DEI, as well as relate some of my personal experiences around it, because I think it's super important to have storytelling as a part of furthering DEI efforts. So a little bit of who I am. I think I know most people in the room, but so I've been working in open source for nearly 9 years. And before working in the tech industry, I was working in higher education administration, nonprofits, and arts organizations. So I've got quite a bit of experience across the board in very different industries. I'm someone who's got an international background. I've lived in numerous places, including abroad in the Philippines and France, and in different regions of the United States, including Hawaii, California, Virginia, North Carolina, Rhode Island. And so I was born in Hawaii, was in the Bay Area for a little bit, bebopped over to Virginia Beach, Virginia, and then Providence, Rhode Island, and now I am in Durham, North Carolina, which is 30 minutes north of Red Hat Tower, if people know where that is. And so as part of my job, I travel pretty extensively. I've been to pretty much every region. And I get to interact with a lot of different people, which is honestly one of the best parts of this role. Like, it actually really satisfies my desire to learn new things and meet new people, because I just have a natural curiosity about the world. And back in the day, I also did graduate work around issues of diversity, and equity and inclusion. And so DEI has evolved a lot in the time I did that kind of work. And so I did a certificate in women's studies. It's actually not called women's studies anymore. It's called gender, sexuality, and feminist studies. And that was from Duke University in Durham, which is where I still live. And then I also co-founded the Red Hat Asia Network, and I currently serve as its chair. But even though I'm chair of the Asian Network, I am deeply interested in intersectionality, because we don't just have one thing about us. We have lots of different things about us, right? All of us are very multifaceted, and that includes myself. So before we get started, I wanted to talk about the definitions over diversity, equity, inclusion, and I also threw in justice in there. And part of the reason I put this up is that I thought this was a really cool framing, because it asks a series of questions. And that's the way that I want people to approach DEI. There are no absolutes. There's a lot of questioning. There's a lot of conversation. It is not a linear process, right? And I thought this was a really, really nice framing. And then, most people probably have not seen the justice part, right? I feel like the justice part provides additional nuance to the diversity, equity, and inclusion piece, right? Because, people think of diversity as like, okay, we just need a lot of different people in the room, and it's solved. But then, you have to ask, well, who's not in the room? And then when you're in the room, are you allowed to be heard? Like, are your ideas allowed to be heard? And then, if your idea is heard, is it going to be taken as seriously? Like, are people actually going to think that you have any credibility, even if you choose to speak up? So there's a series of steps in it. And, part of what I want to say about this journey, because it is a journey, is all of us are learning together. So maybe you're learning, but you know what? I'm learning just as much as you are. So I would never ever style myself as an expert. I can only say that here are my experiences, here's the research. Let's have a conversation and evaluate everything together. Because I was trained to be a researcher and a questioner, and I want to make sure that I have an understanding of where you are, and I hope that I can express an understanding of where I'm at. So I want to talk a little bit about diversity, because people are like, well, what does diversity entail? And actually, there was some research done by a person named Amy Edmondson out of Harvard. And she actually is one of the very first people to write about something called psychological safety. Has everyone heard of psychological safety? Raise your hand if you've heard of psychological safety. Like we've been talking a lot about it. I'm going to talk a bit about what that means. But before we go into psychological safety, I want to talk about team diversity. And so she identified 4 different types of team diversity, along with another researcher there, Catherine Roloff, and a bunch of people are working in this field now. So we're going to go through the different parts, and then I want people to raise their hand if they think it applies to them. So the first one is demographic diversity. So it means you've got a variety of people on your team. Maybe there's some disparity. So maybe you've got a bunch of identity groups. Maybe they're from another country, another part of the country, another race, another culture, different sexual orientation. Stuff that maybe this is your typical definition of diversity. So does anyone belong to a team like that, where you have people who kind of fit that definition? All right, so a lot of you. The second type of diversity is expertise. So you've got a bunch of different skill sets. You've got some people who may be senior. You may have people who are junior. You may have people who are really great at this one thing, and other people are great at this another thing. So who has been in a group or is in a group where there are different levels of expertise, where you have junior and senior members or have been a part of a team like that? Okay, great. All right, so this third one, I think this may actually apply to a lot of people. Geographically dispersed team members. Who has to work with teams in other regions that are not where you live? Okay, a bunch of you. All right. And then the fourth one is disparity. And so at Red Hat, we like to think that we have a flat reporting line, but I work in marketing, and so we're more of a traditional corporate structure where there are social norms of deference to authority. So, basically, usually in open source, we say titles don't matter, but, sometimes they do. And so if you've got some sort of reporting structure where you've got a manager and people under them, that would be basically that kind of framework. So who is on a team where you've got someone above you and maybe people below you in terms of hierarchy? Okay, all right. So it looks like the majority of you fit into one of these categories of diversity when it relates to your team, or maybe all four. I actually have all four. So yeah, all sorts of diversity. And so I think it's really important to frame what we mean by diversity and how it can apply in different situations. So I have been doing this work, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and justice, and other subsets within this world for a very, very long time. I don't want to tell you how long, because it'll give away my age, but I've been doing this for decades. And there's something that comes up in every situation that I've been in, and I think this is universal. And one of the things that I want people to take away is that DEI is not separate from your everyday experiences. It's a part of how we experience the world, even if you don't think you're experiencing the world in a way that involves that. But some of my observations is that people have a very deep need to belong. People are always asking, what's my place in the world? And can others understand my experience? And another thing that I've noticed is people need to be seen and validated. People need to feel their contributions matter. And not only do they matter, but I'd like to be recognized for the contributions that I make. The other thing that's come up is, can I bring my whole self into situations without fear or self-consciousness? So an example would be like, if people knew something about me, that I'm different in some way, you're automatically operating from a place of fear and hypervigilance, and that is not a fun place to be. And so I think it's very, very important for people to be able to be in an environment where they can be their whole self without judgment and without fear. And then another really fundamental thing that comes up time and time again, and it doesn't matter where your opinion is around DEI, is that people are really concerned about fairness. People really focus on what's fair and how do we get to fairness, right? And to me, the way that I define fairness is, I want the same access to resources and support. Like if there's one group getting access to support and resources, I'd like to think that I, too, would have the same access to those resources and support. And then I also want access to opportunities. I want an opportunity to grow and to evolve into something better than what I know, or evolve into circumstances better than what I know. So let's go back to psychological safety, right? So I talked about bringing the whole self to work, or even to your everyday life, maybe the grocery store, maybe while you're walking around your neighborhood. So psychological safety, maybe you think of it in terms of being an individual, but it relates to a setting or role where people can express themselves, right? They can, and in this particular instance, work relevant thoughts and feelings, right? And psychological safety also includes in its definition permission to make mistakes. If you've made a mistake, can you raise your hand? Who's ever made a mistake? If you haven't, I want to know who you are. I'd like to know who you are if you've never made a mistake, right? And so not only is there permission to make mistakes, but there's permission to learn from those mistakes. Back in the day, we used to have this sticker at Red Hat that said "Fail Better." Does anyone remember that? I don't know if anyone ever saw that sticker. I actually had that on my laptop. I loved it, because that was like such a mind-blowing thing to see something like that in the workplace. And I took it away because people were misinterpreting it and saying, okay, yeah, that people are not understanding what it means. But for me, I was like, this is great. You know why? Because it means I'm allowed to make mistakes and learn from them and be better afterwards. That's how I interpreted it. And so I think everyone should have permission to fail better. I give you permission to fail better, So don't be self-conscious if you make mistakes. I think the key, too, is if you make a mistake, what do you learn from it? How can you grow from it? But you know what? We can't define psychological safety without talking about teams. Because really, psychological safety is related and dependent on teams. And why is that? Why would teams be important in psychological safety? Part of it is a setting, right? Like think about maybe a past work experience or a past school experience. Think about a teacher or a leader. Think about the ones that made you feel afraid and judged. And then think about the places where you felt safe, where you could laugh, where you could share things that were uncomfortable and know that you would be supported. Have people been in both those environments? Have you been in an environment where it's like, I'm afraid to speak up because I'm not sure what that means for me? And have you been in an environment where it's, hey, this is great, and with people that I really trust, and I know that I can rely on them to have my back? And actually, that's how I feel like when I'm at Flock. So thank you, community. I always feel super supported in this community, and the Fedora community is one of my favorite communities for that reason. I can nerd out and be my weird self without judgment. I don't know, that jackhammer sounds like it has judgment, but it's okay. All right. Another thing that I want to talk about, right, is if we talk about diversity by itself, people assume falsely that if you create a diverse team, everything's solved. Yay! Hey, all of our issues are solved because we put a bunch of different people together, and they're going to work at a team, and they're going to solve everything because they're all different. Well, studies have shown that diverse teams often underperform relative to homogeneous teams. What? You mean that putting a bunch of different people together actually doesn't work to create an environment that's more productive? Why is that? Part of the reason why it doesn't work is that there is no framework for communication. You have to reimagine the world when you are working with people that are different from you. So just think about it. If you have a bunch of senior members on your team that have been doing open source for 10, 15 years, and you have a newbie that comes in that doesn't know the terminology, that knows how to access command line, but they're not sure where to start or where to go, you have to interact with that person differently. You can't interact with that person like they have 10 or 15 years of experience. And if you did, what does that bring out, right? It brings out a lot of fear and smallness because this person doesn't want to ask questions, because they know that they're assumed to have a certain knowledge and skill set that they don't possess. So we have to set expectations. We have to set frameworks for when we deal with team members that come in. And as I cited, there are different forms of diversity, right? So there are different things that you may have to do to address those types of diversity. But the key thing is creating a communication framework into which all groups can work and understand, right? So here are some things that you can do to ensure that your diverse team excels, right? So framing is super, super important. We have to be able to frame things as a way to provide opportunities for information sharing. So if you've got that junior person on your team that's never been in open source, but they want to be in open source, you have to create a framing with meetings where it's opportunity to share information. You know, information sharing is really, really key, right? And then we want to frame differences as a source of value, right? You know, one of the things I loved when I came to Red Hat is the idea that the best idea wins. And it doesn't matter where it comes from. It doesn't matter if it comes from your intern or the CEO, the best idea wins, right? And that's part of, you know, like I think about like even in terms of my height, because I'm really short. And there are things I don't think about because I'm short. So for instance, when I'm on the airplane and I stand up on my seat, I don't hit this part, like I just stand there. Versus like someone like Adam probably can't do that. But it's not part of my everyday experience, so I don't think about stuff like that. And then another thing that I think about is that like my refrigerator is very high at home and my husband likes to put things on the top shelf and I don't ever see them. I can only see eye level, right? And so we have to consider what are people experiencing, right? And you have to frame those differences, right? So one of the things I've asked my husband to do is like, can you put stuff that I actually use on the lower shelf so that I can reach it and actually see it and not buy like 5 other items that are identical because I didn't realize that all that stuff was on the top shelf. So anyway, so it's very important. You know, you want to have conversations that frame those differences. And then inquiries. Like I told people, I have a natural curiosity about the world. And I ask a lot of questions. I ask a lot of open-ended questions. And sometimes listening is really, really hard, you know, especially if we're already attached to an outcome or attached to a certain expectation or attached to a belief system, you know. I may be of the mindset because I don't ever hit my head when I stand up on a plane that, like, I don't know what the big deal is. Why are people complaining about not having enough space? Come on. Suck it up. I can stand perfectly fine. And you know what? I've got clearance, too. You know? But you know what? I know that's not the experience of other people. You know? I'm sure that folks who are vertically challenged this way have their own sets of issues. You know, maybe you can't be in a hotel room without having your feet hang over the bed, you know. And it's impossible for you not to ever have your knees hit the seat in front of you, which is probably pretty excruciating on a long flight, right? And so I want to ask questions like, hey, Adam, what's that like? Do you find that comfortable? Or do you wish that on other people? Yeah, he wishes on other people. Okay, that's good to know. All right. But part of these questions, right, is you also are trying to find like shared ownership and causality. And what do we mean by shared ownership and causality? Part of it is we're trying to establish understanding of different things, right? So we're putting things in the pile. It's I call it like recipe making. So like if you're trying to create something as a group, if you're in a project of some sort, I always like to use the recipe analogy where like if you're wanting to bake a cake, you can't bake a cake just with just flour or with just eggs or with just butter or with just sugar. You need all those things to come together with a certain magic so that you can have a baked good at the end. And I love baked goods. So who doesn't like baked goods, right? And then we have to talk about bridging boundaries, right? So people have a natural threshold for comfort because of their experiences. You know, they may be only comfortable with, you know, this much space. Like personal space is another thing that I think is always really intriguing when I travel. I think in the United States, we like to have an arm's length as comfortable personal space. But I've been in cultures where people are right on top of me and almost touching me. And it's kind of like, whoa, okay, there's something I have to understand here because this is their norm, it's not my norm. And so I need to figure out where people's boundaries are, right? And so part of how you bridge boundaries, again, is without open-ended questions. Like if we're working on a project, everyone's got hopes and goals for that project, right? So if we're in a work setting, a lot of us are assigned things that we're needing to do and accomplish. And it may be that the various people on your team have very different hopes and goals. And you know what? That's actually very important to know that. So your senior person may have very different goals from your junior person. And you need to have a recognition of what they are so those gaps can be bridged, right? And then you want to do an inventory of your resources and skills, right? So one thing like with a newer person is they may see things that you won't see because you're so used to doing things a certain way. You may not see something that actually needs to be seen, and someone less experienced or less familiar can see those things because they're still learning. And so those are the things you want to think about is that, you know what, just because this person does not have the same experience as you do, they're still bringing something. And then this part about concerns and obstacles I think is super, super important, particularly if you are leading a team. But this is a conversation that you also want to have as a team so people have an understanding of what's going on. Like, what are people up against? What are you worried about, you know? Sometimes these are one-on-one conversations, and sometimes these are conversations that you want to have as a team. But it's very, very important what people's obstacles are, like in actuality, maybe with process, but also, you know, psychologically, you know, maybe people are held back by fear. They don't want to make a mistake, because if they make a mistake, then, oh no, the world ends, right? But does the world really end? So part of it is you have to put people's fears in perspectives, and maybe you have to put your own fears in perspectives, because usually the world won't end. Maybe your servers will go down for 2 months, and that's terrible, but you know, the world's not really ending. Or for some people it might. So I want to talk a little bit about inclusion and how you evaluate teams. So this is, I'm not going to read through all these questions, but I found this article by Chelsea Troy about how you evaluate team members' contributions for an inclusive culture. And I've already kind of gone through a version of this with my last slide, but I thought this was really great. You know, so part of what you want to look at in your teams are they able to moderate their meetings? Are they able to make sure that people are expressing their opinions? And then if they're not, you know, find a way to solicit them. I mean, there are people who are both extroverts and introverts. There's some people that like to give verbal feedback or written feedback. And so it's really, really important to provide different forums to do meetings for feedback. So same with soliciting opinions, attribution. Oh, attribution is super important. So one thing that I think that I already spoke about was the need for people to feel recognized, right? And then another really common experience is people expressing an idea and then someone taking credit for it, right? So one thing that I think that's really, really important to realize is that it's important to recognize a contribution given by someone and not appropriating it. And if you're appropriating it, you know, ask yourself why you're doing that. Usually it's related to wanting to have power over someone. And, you know, that actually doesn't really create a great team dynamic. And what it does is it shuts people down. So, you know, let's go ahead and give recognition to people, because you know what? It lifts you up too. Because you're seen as someone who's a supporter, as someone who is here to uplift and make people's lives better. And honestly, you will get so much in return by doing that instead of being small and taking credit for something that you didn't do. So, all right, I'm just going to go through that. So, because I want to be mindful of time. So I want to talk about the power of the individual. So we talk a lot about individuals, particularly within American culture. And I was talking to somebody about this yesterday, because people always ask about, like, what can my company do? What can my organization do? But sometimes it's up to the individual. It's up to an individual exercising their own power, even when they're fearful. So one of my favorite quotes is, "Speak the truth even if your voice shakes." And my voice shakes on many occasions because I am not a person that is naturally comfortable with putting myself out there. This is something that I've cultivated over many years. This is not something that's comfortable for me. In fact, I was conditioned not to speak up. My dad was always saying, "Don't rock the boat. You don't want to draw attention to yourself." But there are times we do have to speak up. And I'll talk a little bit about my work in creating the Asian network at Red Hat in just a bit. But what's important to realize is that sometimes the greatest changes don't come from organizations themselves. It comes from individuals within organizations or maybe outside organizations. They're willing to put themselves out there to do the work without an expectation of compensation. And then it also involves relationship building because allies are such an important part of making change happen. Like, I can't make change happen by myself. I have to make sure that other people have buy-in to making things change. And so individuals can start those processes and then they can catalyze things happening. But then we also have to talk about leadership, because leadership does matter. One thing about individuals creating great things is that if that individual leaves your organization, there's usually a void. And so your leadership, it's necessary to implement structural changes. So as an example, within the United States, we had to do a Voting Rights Act for people to have equal access to voting, and that's actually being challenged right now. But in theory, everyone always had the right to vote, but in order to ensure it, legislation had to be enacted. In other words, structures had to be changed. Because if you're looking to individuals or existing structures to make change happen, it's not going to happen. You're going to have to enact change on a structural level, and in this case, you would do it through legislation. Also, you need leadership because remember when I was talking about when you have diverse teams, you need to have a structure for communication. It's your leaders that are going to make sure that that infrastructure gets created. And so even though individuals are greatly important, if you want lasting change in your organization, you are going to have the buy-in of your leadership to make those things happen. So let's talk about creating inclusive leaders, right? Again, I'm a fan of the Harvard Business Review, so you'll see that I get a lot of citations from articles. And if you want a copy of my slide deck, I'm glad to give it to you because I have all these links embedded. But when they quizzed leaders about being inclusive, inclusive leaders, and we'll go through what makes an inclusive leader in just a bit, they're 17% more likely to report that they're high performing, 20% more likely to say they make high quality decisions, and 29% more likely to report behaving collaboratively. And then it also increases work attendance. So basically, if you're really hyper-focused on a productivity aspect of DEI, maybe not so much the human element, there is a correlation that if you practice inclusivity, that you will thrive. So what are some examples of strong inclusive leadership? So when they surveyed people, when they defined a strong inclusive leader, they said that strong inclusive leader is not afraid to share their personal weakness. And an example of personal weakness may be, I know I'm good at this, but I am not good at this, and I need your help. I need your help in making sure that I'm understanding things, because this is not my area of strength. So that would be an example of sharing a personal weakness. The other is just learning about cultural differences, realizing that there are different styles. And so, like I said, cultural could even extend to someone being introvert or extrovert, as well as people being from different regions, different cultures, or different countries. But understanding, okay, here's a preferred way to communicate. Here's something that needs to be highlighted. And so that's super important, that this leader leans into learning about those things and doesn't assume things. They actually want to learn about those different things. And then also acknowledging team members as individuals. So, one of my favorite stories I like to tell about when I came to Red Hat was the afternoon of the first day of new hire orientation. We had a reception where your teams could come and welcome you. And I remember there was this gentleman with blue jeans, a belt, and a white button-down shirt. I'm like, who is that person? Why is this person here? And he's like, hey, I'm here because I want to welcome you to Red Hat. And it was Jim Whitehurst, our CEO. And I'll tell you, I was like, what kind of place am I working at? Where the CEO comes to shake my hand and to welcome me and tell me that he's looking forward to me helping make the organization better. I mean, I still remember that story. And I also remember the times that he would come to the booth completely uninvited because he wanted to say hi to Hatters, and he would take selfies with all of us. Man, those were really great days. So, Jim Whitehurst, wherever you are, we love you. And then least inclusive behaviors, overpowering others, like getting your way, like my way or the highway. Displaying favoritism, like I think this person can do it best. I don't care about the rest of you. And then discounting alternative views, like my view is the only one that matters because it's the right one. You're like sure that there's nothing else that can be introduced to change your viewpoint. And one thing also that's really important to note is that, a lot of organizations are fans of surveys, feedback forms. But it's really important that feedback are distributed results rather than averaged results. Why do you think that is? Because if you average it out, you hide where the differences and disparities are in terms of perception. It hides your problems. And so be very suspicious if it's like, hey, 80% of people are really happy, You need to kind of dig down a little bit deeper. Is it really 80%, or is it, how is this calculated? Data can be manipulated any way you want. So how can you be an inclusive leader? So it says inclusive leadership shadow. I don't know if anyone is familiar with the psychologist Jung, but he talks about the shadow side. And all of us have that shadow side. All of us are really convinced that we're really good at what we do, but sometimes we're not. And we have to ask people for their feedback. And we have to be visible and vocal about all those things. So one thing to remember is that inclusive leadership needs to be cultivated and conscious. And when it exists, everyone does benefit from that. And I know that we're running out of time, so I'm going to just blow through these last slides really quickly. One thing I want to talk about is contact theory, and this goes back to, when people think, oh, if I have a diverse team, everything's solved. If I put a bunch of different people together, it's solved. Like my DEI problems, are gone. And it's not true. So one thing about putting people together in a room, there's this thing called contact theory. And this one is specific to racial prejudice. But racial prejudice can only diminish when you're in a group with people, is if you're under certain conditions, and I think this also relates to psychological safety that I talked about earlier, which is where everyone is sharing roughly equal status and belonging and working in a common purpose. So if people are very different and they're in the same room, just because they're together does not mean that things will change. the conditions have to be equitable. The conditions have to be fair, feel fair to the people who are in that room together. And they also need to feel like they're part of a larger purpose. So one of the things that I have to do on a regular basis is work with people with very different personalities, different backgrounds. For myself, different philosophies of how to get things done. But one thing that I always remind folks when I'm doing a work project with them is like, you know what, in the end we want the same thing. We want to accomplish something together and make it great. What do you think needs to happen for that to be the end result? And that's sometimes hard, but finding that larger purpose that you can agree on makes a huge difference. So I'm going to come back to this slide, and so hopefully maybe you understand the justice part a little bit better. You know, the questioning that needs to happen for all of these things to be a reality in your organization. And then I'm going to just talk really quickly about Red Hat Asia Network, and then I'm going to let everyone go to their next session. But as I said, I was a co-founder for Red Hat Asia Network, and we were actually primarily concerned with Asian Americans. I just want to do a shout out to our founding committee. 2 of these folks are no longer at Red Hat. One was laid off. He was a Chairman's Award winner. Was working in the office of CTO, and then another just left to go to another organization. So there's me, and there's Robin Chan, my co-chair, and then Tesh Patel. They're the only ones that are left. Joe Tsai and Laura Fu are no longer at Red Hat, and actually our executive sponsor just left 3 weeks ago. So it's just a few of us are left who have done this effort. So I just want to talk a little bit about why I did this organization, because I never talked about DEI at work. It's been a very long time, and now I'm talking about it a lot. But there are different things that happened. One was COVID-19 and the racism that it brought out. And not only the racism, but it also brought up a lot of old societal wounds for a lot of Asian Americans about being othered. And now to be blamed for something was pretty painful. And then another thing was that there were a lot of associates who were not being promoted into management. Asian Americans are the least likely group in the US to be promoted to management within tech. And then within tech, it's Asian American women, oh, that's me, who are least likely to be promoted into management roles. So one of the things that was really important to me was to challenge people's assumptions about belonging to a group. So within the United States, we have something called the model minority myth, which is that Asians are super successful and they don't need anybody's help. And that's not true for a variety of reasons. First of all, the term Asian American is a socio-political term that evolved in the 1960s. It's an umbrella term for a wide variety of folks. And the reason why it was created was to create a way to ally together to help each other, to find a more equitable place, to find opportunities for equal access like other groups. So I just want to leave you with people being intersectional beings. So as I said, I'm intersectional. I identify as a woman of Filipino descent. I am also neurodiverse. I have ADHD. And I've lived in particular places that inform the way that I am. So anyway, hopefully this is helpful. Like I said, this conversation's not over, and if you want to talk about it a little bit more, I'm happy to talk with you, but hopefully this provides some additional lenses and other things for you to consider that maybe you haven't considered before. So thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Karaoke later. Bye, everybody. Oh yeah, and stay in touch. Find me on Mastodon or Twitter or X or whatever it's called. And then there's my LinkedIn as well as my email. Okay, I'm really done now. Thank you. I think we can go to break now, by the way, FYI. Or session.
disk space, and if you touch a file, it works fine.
I'm not active right now.
Neither am I. That's why we're sitting.
I think if we wait another minute, there will be, we can. Let's.
Yeah.
I will leave it to you. You can figure it out. I have no brain power.
Maybe we'll finish it early.
So, let's do this.
All right.
Well, we represent the 4/9 of FESCo, so even we don't have quorum today.
So we're going to cancel, right?
I mean, normally we would cancel the meeting, but let's, I don't know, let's try for a bit. So my name is Byszek, I work on systemd, and I have been in FESCo for 6 years now, I think.
Yeah, my name is Neil. I've been in, I do lots of stuff in Fedora and other places and things like that. And I think I've been in FESCo, I think I first got on FESCo at the start of the pandemic. So I've only lived in pandemic era.
I'm Kevin Finzi, or Narek, and I've been in FESCO since it was the Fedora Extra Steering Committee.
Oh my gosh. That's a name I've been hearing forever.
And I am David Cantrell. I have been on FESCO, I guess also during the entirety of the pandemic. This is actually the first time we've met in person, so that's kind of interesting to think about. I've been in Fedora for a long time. I work on software. Yeah.
We do things. We've been around.
So I mean, Meet Your FESCO, the way these normally go is we just kind of open it up to questions, and you know, however technical you want to get, or non-technical, we can talk about anything really.
I will check if there are any questions online. I guess that's a probably good idea. So one thing that that we tried is moving the discussion of Fedora changes to discourse, discussion fedoraproject.org, and I think that the results were mixed. We started with some very tough ones, so we were overloaded by the number of comments. Personally, for me, email is just more comfortable, easier to get around in, and more familiar, more efficient. But on the other hand, we had more comments from people, from new people and people from outside of the community or fringes of the community, which was, well, challenging in some ways, but also good in other ways. So I don't think that it's, at least for myself, I cannot say that this move was clearly good or clearly bad. I can see it both ways. I hope to that with other proposals which are less contentious, we will have a smoother workflow, and then maybe it will work better. And I don't know. That's how I view it. I was wondering how other people see it.
My brain melted during that discussion. So.
I can add to it if you want to take a minute.
Yeah. Well, no, I have some thoughts on it. Like I'm always in favor of making it easier for people to provide constructive and valuable feedback and input into the thing that they're using and building upon and in being invested in, right? Like enabling more participation is always great. The flip side of it, though, has been this particular discussion wound up feeding itself into a very destructive frenzy, is I think the easiest way I could describe it. And it got amplified and re-amplified and fed on itself, and because it's the trade-off of, you know, how far you want to go and what, you know, how much you want to have input from. And I don't know if we've figured out a good balance for this with putting it into discussion FPO. My personal opinion about this is I have some reservations about continuing to do this, but I'm also willing to see how some of the others go before making a full judgment on it. I mean, I'm glad we're trying the experiment and seeing how that's going to work out and seeing what kind of participatory effects and what kind of quality of discussion we get. It gives us a good idea of whether this is something we want to continue down or not. But, you know, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, my observation has been that, you know, we wanted a way to get more input on change proposals. That's the core item that we work by on FESCo. You've probably seen them before. There's a process, we discuss it, we vote on it. That's how changes get into Fedora. On the mailing list side, which I will say I'm more comfortable with that only because I've been doing this for a long time, the mailing list side, it felt like, or at least over the past couple of years, change proposals would only get comments by roughly the same 5 to 10 people. I don't know if that's because they were not as visible or that people just felt like they were not, you know, welcome to comment on it, or it was kind of a thing they couldn't participate in. So expanding that, getting that outreach through discourse has been good, because at least it makes our discussion on FESCo easier because we have input from more of the community. You know, what do people actually want to do? Is this something that people want? So just having more data points is useful, but I see the discourse side as having an opposite effect. So the people that were comfortable on the mailing list are now uncomfortable on discourse. So we can pick one set of people we want to hear from or the other, and we can't get both. But the answer isn't to post it in both places. We need to come up with a better solution. I do think that when we tried the discourse method, we did not really do a good job of explaining what the change proposal process is to people who had largely ignored it. So I observed a lot of community members thinking that these were more of announcements of decisions that had been made as opposed to discussions of changes. So I think we could have done better at explaining what this was going to be and what we expected everyone to do. So that was, I think, kind of new for everyone. I don't know if you guys like noticed that as
there
well.
was definitely
Yeah.
like a lot of people said, this is a foregone conclusion, and I think there's a couple of reasons for that at least I observed. It's like one of them was the way that changes have landed in Fedora over the last decade that I've been observing this has largely been uncontroversial, super easy. They go through, there's the feedback is discussed, and things are resolved before they get to us. So it starts looking like whenever they get to the FESCo level, that they're quote-unquote rubber stamped. But the reason that they get to the point when they reach us that we're all comfortable with this, because we're also participating in these discussions, and people are resolving our concerns way before we get to that first meeting. And so people have this conception of we rubber stamp things when we actually don't. And then on top of that, the way that the news reports on Fedora's changes process, so if you look at some of the Pharonics and others, there is a very, very important reason, a very big reason why we now have this banner that says this is a proposal in the wiki pages, is because there was a number of incidents where volatile changes were being proposed that people assumed were going to just happen. Some of them didn't actually happen, but they didn't know that, and they reported on it and misreported, and then there's this view that a change proposal isn't in fact a proposal, but the equivalent of what a proprietary vendor does. It says, hey, we've done this thing, you got to just deal with it, right? That's the I think that's the two big parts of it.
Yeah, I think there's some really good lessons learned from this discussion that we had on that controversial change. And I think that's one of the big outtakes from it, is that people don't understand the process, and we need some way to tell them, this is a proposal, you're supposed to give feedback, it's not done yet, it's still under process. Also, I think there's a lot of associated things around that, people didn't realize, a lot of people thought with this particular proposal, oh, it's a team in Red Hat, so Red Hat proposes things, and then people just approve them. Well, no, anybody can propose something. If you have something that you want to do and you're willing to do the work and you're willing to write it up and get it through the process, that's fine. Anyone can do it. But I think a lot of people didn't know the process and perhaps were pointed at the discussion from a context oh, here, you should say no to this. And they just would go and say no and not actually read through the proposal. So I think there's lessons learned from it. I think I'm also on the mixed case. I think we got a lot more input from people on the outside in the community, and that's great. I think expectations were bad. We learned some lessons. Hopefully those will feed into this and make it actually better. I think it's still worth doing. I think it's a good experiment, and we don't have enough data points really yet. This is kind of a crazy outlier. This
I hope it's a crazy outlier.
Yes.
I don't want discussions to be like this all the time.
How do we think the nano default editor proposal would have gone on Discourse?
So I think it would have actually gone the opposite of the mailing list. You bring that up, and in all seriousness, I think if we had, in theory crafting land, that we had the nano discussion on Discourse rather than on the mailing list, it would have been completely the opposite way. Because the people that are on Discourse are the complete different set of people than what we've been interacting with on the mailing list. A lot of them are either newbies or first-timers, or they're they're first into Linux, and their points of accessibility into the terminal and all this other stuff, they would have appreciated the change more than a lot of the people that have been old school, have been battered by the old Unixes and whatevers, and they've lived by the scars of their eds and vi's. And so I think it would have actually gone the other way. It would have been contentious for a different reason, because you'd have some of those old timers complaining that we just did something for, well, I think we've actually had some of those complaints during the thing about we're simplifying or making it we're not making it less specific.
Yes, we were making it too easy.
And stuff like that.
Oh yeah, that definitely comes up too often, as people think because it was hard for them, we should keep it hard for everyone, difficult
I
to
want
learn.
everything to be easier than what I had.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we want to do, but
So, wait.
it's a good
Comments
point.
from the audience, please.
No.
So we robbed people of the learning experience of how to get out of Vim.
I mean, that's a good point, and you know, people brought that up, and you know, it's kind of funny all the points that came up specifically on the Nano change proposal, and I don't use Nano. I used Vim for like 25 years, and then changed to Emacs, and actually became way more productive. But that doesn't matter. I mean, the editor is everyone's choice, right?
And you didn't just slip that in just because.
Right, yeah. But I think in one conversation I brought up, like, you know, guys, like Gentoo, which is, you know, if you really just have a lot of time to burn and you want to set up a Linux system, you can, but their default editor, I think, was Nano, actually.
Yeah, it still is.
So, you know, it's viewed as kind of a high-tech, you know, end-user sysadmin distro, and it's using Nano, so, you know, whatever.
And another counterpoint to this particular, like, you want to keep it hard so everybody learns the hard stuff, is like, I have skills for how to screw around with DOS systems. Like, I started with MS-DOS and I used DOS editor. I screwed around with config.sys and autoexec.bat. How many of y'all ever have to touch one of those these days? I promise you almost none of you do, unless you're like doing retro stuff for the fun of it, like I do sometimes. So, like, those like, you don't need to keep things to be hard to keep it fun and to keep people learning. You give them new interesting things to learn and grow from.
And there's new hard things for them to also.
Oh yeah, the hard things
also
don't ever
true.
completely go away. They just change.
Yeah.
Oh,
hey,
he's
right
behind you.
Yeah.
This thing is like nice to hear about. I actually don't mind about either of them, Nano, whatever. But I would love to hear your insight into recent decision about DNF5. So that's the controversy. So put it on the stage, and I'm especially curious. Like, yeah, it happened to revert, but why it was reverted in Rawhide, especially? Why not to foster in Rawhide and continue testing development there?
Yeah, so I think I said this multiple times. I think that I'm very proud of the DNF team for like looking at this and deciding that it wasn't ready. You know, most of the time people who invest so much time and energy and work into something, and there's a deadline and they're not quite meeting the deadline, they'll try and get it in anyway. But I think they did a really smart thing and a really good thing to decide to pull back from there. And I think the question as to whether leaving it on in Rawhide to get more testing, I mean, it's still there. People can use it. It's just not going to be default. But we don't want Rawhide to be used as just a test bed where it's not actually intended to go into the next release. We want it to be an integration point where people are actually testing the thing that will, you know, go to the next release. So I think it's good to revert it there until it's ready to actually go in. I don't know how much more testing would go on there. It's hard to say, but a lot of the stuff like the API wasn't stable until fairly recently as well, and so there's going to be a lot of stuff that's porting over to it, but it still could be tested. It's just not default. So.
Oh yeah, I'll add that the DNF team is the team that I work on as well, and you know, I guess it was disappointing, but really the correct decision. Just the feedback in general on DNF5 and the current state leading up to Fedora 39, there was too much that was unfinished, in my opinion. DNF is one of those components in Fedora that we absolutely need to work, and since we already have one that is implemented, to move to one that loses core functionality that we have documented, that we tell users they can rely on, it just felt incomplete. So it needs a little more runway to sort of complete that. And just this morning I was talking about test days, implementing more DNF5 test days. I think we came up with 3 that we need to do. But the FESCo ticket, where we were talking about implementing the contingency plan to revert it, there were a lot of things that were pointed out there. And to me, I feel like that was a kind of a rare situation for us to get that much feedback, which to me shows that people were trying it, but a lot of stuff just didn't work yet, and it just, Kevin said, the DNF team just saying like, yeah, it's not ready. We should pull it back, and even still, not just bouncing into the next release, which is another common thing too. Like we need to rethink our approach here, and maybe it won't be ready for 2 releases.
Yeah, and as someone who's, I have a connection with the DNF team as well, because I've been a community contributor for almost 8 years now in the various, RPM Systems software management group projects. The DNF5 work, when it started getting rolled out and people started using it, like it was very, very clear that the use case prioritization, there was a mismatch between what Fedora needed and what the community needed and what the team thought they needed to be able to make it happen. And we were encountering pain points and issues, and the community was bringing them actually fairly promptly. And that was also unusual. Usually, we don't get anything for until like the last minute, and things were just, and they were being very, very responsive in addressing the concerns and working through them. But it's just when you get a huge pile of them, and there's just only so much work you can do at once, and you've got to qualify all that, and you've got to make it work. And like David said, it's the core of our system. We have to make sure that it's actually solid to the point of like not breaking it. Like one of the reasons we went from Yum to DNF was to massively increase the reliability of doing the core thing that we need the distribution to do, which is manage software. And we don't want to screw that up in this transition. And so I'm really happy that we're taking a step back to take that next step forward.
Justin, go.
If you remember during the Yum to DNF switch, that was actually rolled out, it wasn't the same state that DNF5 is, but it was rolled out a little prematurely as well, and there was core functionality of Yum that was now missing from DNF, and that caused a lot of problems. Now we got over them, it was fixed, and DNF is great now, but we don't want to repeat those mistakes.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was on the Anaconda team at that change point, and one thing I remember is during that switchover, we would have a bug report for Yum. We would file a bug report. That team would fix it, but fix it in DNF and not Yum. So it was like we were starting to have the two drift apart, and we just eventually had to make that cutover. And yeah, we got past that, but it was bumpy. It was, they wanted to say like, look, the time for DNF is now. It is fundamentally different. I remember one of the big difficult things with Yum and DNF at that time was installation. If you had Yum as the back end in Anaconda, you would get a different resolved set of packages to install versus DNF, because there were different depth solvers. And that it's like, well, okay, I guess we're just gonna have that now, maybe? And yeah, so that's long since passed, but it is important to remember that so that we don't end up in the same kind of situation. One that I was disappointed that is not fully implemented yet is the system upgrade capability that we rely on now in DNF. That's not in DNF5. And I was just like, well, I mean, I use that, it's like that's got to be there, So little things like that, we definitely need to get.
My question is, so with reverting this stuff, like, do we have somewhere the list of things/issues which needs to be solved, and not just in DNF, but with the integration with other tools, like Fedora Review, Discover, other stuff, like, which needs to be solved. Mark is done. That's my project. Which needs to be done so we track it and not surprised 1 year later again. Yes. Because I asked Jarek Mracek what's the status of the other plugins as well, not just the Copper plugin. And I said, it's tracked somewhere inside our GitHub, but it's not visible outside for the people who are not willing to dive into the bunch of issues, etc.
We have, yes, we have that information. It's incomplete right now because it's mostly from the first DNF5 test day that we did, but it does have a lot of those results. What did not work? What were we expecting? Bug reports were filed. They've been prioritized, in my view, they've been prioritized differently than what Fedora was expecting. So we're at a point now where since we've reverted this in Rawhide, we need to go back as the DNF team and look at all this and say, okay, this is how we need to prioritize this work. And yeah, so that information exists, it's coming together, so.
There was some additional information on that in the FESCo ticket too. People were saying, these things are blockers, and then, you know, some of them weren't. Some of them were, or this is implemented, or it's different, or whatever. But some of them definitely were, like system upgrade is not there, and, you know, things like that.
Well, and you mentioned Fedora Review, but also all the integration with Fedora infrastructure stuff.
CI also is a big one.
I did a lot of the early porting work for moving from Yum to DNF for a lot of the RELEng scripts and things like that, and I literally couldn't start figuring out how to port things from DNF4 to 5 until like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and that's really not enough lead time to be able to make sure everything works.
And the API wasn't stable until recently, so.
Right. It's not like I wasn't aware that they were working on it and thinking about it, but like going through the effort of making all these changes, especially as a volunteer and spending that time, and not having documentation and not having understanding of the expectations with the API interfaces and stuff, like it's a real chore to go through all that stuff. And like, I'm not going to ask any volunteer to do all that work when they don't know what they are supposed to know. And you know, once we, like, that piece of information is something we kind of have started to get, and I'm hoping that gets fleshed out more in the intervening months so that we can actually start, you know, giving that feedback from the API side, because I know that the test days have given a lot of user feedback, but we haven't done a whole lot of producer feedback, which is also important for being able to switch over to it, because I don't want a repeat of where it took us 5 years before we could start using rich dependencies, because nobody could figure out how to port like the Bodhi and other stuff to use DNF instead. Like I want us to be able to move like that properly to everything.
But that was still good, because before that we had 10 years of speaking about it, so I'm pretty proud that it actually happened.
Yeah, but that was also like the most painful porting projects.
So when the DNF5 discussion in FESCo started, we made an effort to, we tried to build a list of requirements, and this list was, there was some list created, was very incomplete. And I think it's kind of the same problem that appears in this kind of switches, and I think it's, one lesson for me would be that we need to build this kind of list, and building of this list of such a list is hard, because you need good insight into not just the thing that is changing, but all the surrounding tools and processes, and that's hard. And I think it's particularly hard in the case of YAM or DNF, because there's just so many points which need to be touched, and so many of the external tools are dead or semi-dead. Somebody wrote them 5 years ago, and they live in Lang scripts or somewhere else, and as long as they work, nobody will touch them again, so nobody knows. And there's no clear, we have Fedora Review and obsolescence scripts and this and that. And half of those things have no clear owner, no ongoing maintenance, and nobody will think about fixing them until we switch, and then we realize that they're not working. So if we could do this again, we should probably try to figure out how to find about those things earlier.
I want to add to that. Yes, I agree, but on the general topic of requirements, this comes up from time to time. And FESCo, to me, FESCo should not be the body that is dictating hard requirements for projects like that. Really, when it comes down to DNF, we defer to the change proposal owners, the engineers who are working on that. But generally speaking, our job is to vet these changes and say, okay, well, the requirement from our point of view is don't break things for users. You know, like, so have you done that? We need information to determine if you've really set things up that way. And I think in this case, the DNF case, there was such a broad impact that team needed help to really understand who all needed to be a requirement. So in that respect, it was a little unusual. But, you know, really changes are changes, and, you know, that might mean that requirements change for software. So we shouldn't say, you know, in a change proposal, this team wants to do something. We shouldn't go in and say, well, no, don't change that because we like the old way. You know, I mean, that's just not really what we're supposed to do.
Another thing that change proposals really do, and I think do well, is I agree with you that the team needs to kind of figure out what they're doing and propose something. But like in this case, DNF is so pervasive across the entire project that they probably very likely do not know all the things. So once the change proposal is out there, people can come and say, well, you know, my thing uses this, and have you talked to me? Well, we didn't even know you were using it. So I think that the visibility has helped a lot there.
And this is where I say this is the change process working as designed. Because if you think about what a change is a proposal is about, it's a description of an implementation of something that is going to affect the distribution and the community, right? So the community responds to that, provides feedback in kind, and we as FESCo collate that feedback and turn it into something in bite-sized chunks that they can turn around and provide something actionable. Like, we go through and we understand, and like when it goes to a meeting, we say, like, these are the things that the community highlighted to us that are important. You know, please, can you find some way to address these so that, for making this acceptable? And that's essentially what our job is, or at least the way that's how I view it. And we're doing, and the DNF change is, and actually both changes we've talked about today are excellent examples of how we arbitrate those changes and make sure that, you know, we try to have the community's best interests at heart when we implement things in Fedora Linux.
Yeah, I have comment, and I concur with you and disagree with David.
I don't know how that works.
I don't think FESCo is just about vetting stuff, but like foster, and then a lot of people think that FESCo has executive power, and we know that you have no executive power. You can't do anything.
I would love to know where this executive power comes from.
Yeah, but I think you have a huge power, and that's the poking stuff. And we actually seen that when Zbigniew started, like, what's the status of DNF5? And that was the moment when this starts happening to move. And that was just the poking. So like poking about the other stuff, like pushing, like let's
Our
go
job
further.
is cat herders.
So I think we don't even have poking power. We have mostly stopping power, right? I mean, FESCo unfortunately can say no, but it's very hard to force any kind of action. Maybe as individual members we can poke stuff, but as a body we can only say not this cycle.
But
They could also just ignore us and do it anyway.
yeah, they can ignore you, but we mention here, like, we are waiting till the DNF5 will become default, and then the semi-dead projects will only fix the stuff. And I think it can be benefit your body group to like poke before, like, yeah, it's going to happen, please poke, like, change it, please, if you can. If they will ignore, that's the life, and it can change from semi-dead to dead project, and that's a life.
I think that's where change proposals can be proposed with like more structure around them, like have deadlines within it, like, we intend to land this change initially, give us some data points that we can do that poking by. But I mean, really, stopping power is kind of the only thing we have. And that's why we have the contingency plan requirement. And too many change proposals, will come in and say not applicable, self-contained change or something. And it's like, well, maybe that's true, but we still need a contingency plan. We need the ability to back this out. What do we do when everything breaks, basically?
Yeah, like I've seen a few change proposals that had been, before they even reached the mailing list, like where, Ben, when he was, doing the thing, is like, yeah, he would kick back ones that like had the section completely empty. You would be surprised how many of them don't have one at all before they get to the point that they get posted.
That's actually, we maybe at another event, we should do a presentation or a workshop, Hackfest kind of thing on how to write a good change proposal.
Yeah, certainly. I've written more. We've all written some.
Yeah, and I help people when they have questions on how to put it together, and it appears trivial, but there's key information you need to think about and put in there.
Although the hardest part of it is actually doing the work, well, depending on the change proposal. But
yeah,
well, yeah. But see, you can write the change proposal and then have someone else do the work.
that's great if you can get it to happen.
I mean, one change proposal I did was literally including one extra package into a comms group, so it was a one-line change. But the change proposal document itself was like, I think 6, 7, 8 pages long, and it's just...
Yeah, so that also reminds me of, it was one that I think was abandoned some years ago that was proposing, there were some spec file macros, the really complicated sort of...
Oh, the forge macros.
It was something related to that, but
Yeah.
it was just, the change proposal was just so long and so detailed, but whoever wrote it sort of abandoned it.
Yeah.
And I don't... I'm glad that happened, because if we had to discuss it and vote on it, we would have had like a crazy long meeting one day and then never voted. But
Yeah, actually, if you look at the wiki for change page incomplete, which is the initial status, there's a whole bunch of interesting things out there. You look at a proposal and you're like, that's actually kind of interesting. But it was somebody who started doing it and, for whatever reason didn't have the time to complete it or whatever. And that's actually interesting to look back through the history there. And sometimes...
What could have been.
Right, and sometimes you look at one of those things and you're like, wow, that's a really good idea. Let's see if we can revive that.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of the changes I did were actually me reading through the old features list when they were all called features way back in the day. There's some old abandoned ones there, and it was like, oh, this is interesting. Let's see if we can like pick it back up now that things have changed enough to make it better. Like, it's also, if you're thinking of doing something cool or interesting, or you want to do something cool and interesting and you don't know what you might want to do, you could go look at the old graveyard of changes and see if there's something that catches your eye and maybe you want to spruce it up and try it.
I'm going to ask, please don't revive the Fedora FreeBSD.
No, don't do that.
Idea that came up at some point. I don't know if it still exists on the wiki, but someone.
There was a joke proposal several years ago.
We hope it was a joke proposal.
I hope it's a joke proposal to add the FreeBSD and then like add the resulting infrastructure to be able to dual test everything on Linux and BSD. I was like, no. Somebody did that. Somebody actually did do that as a derivative distribution. I don't ever want to see it again.
Justin. Wait, I can't hear you. Sorry, man.
I'll start building that kernel in Copra. We can get started now.
Yeah, and if you do that, can you also build the Darwin kernel too? Because
I know there's a lot of people that would love to have Darwin.
Yeah.
Fedora Darwin.
I don't like having hardware working, so that seems like an ideal kernel.
Actually, IBM did some experimental kernels too. We should maybe throw in. I believe they use Linux drivers to make it easier, like the K13 kernel and things like that.
That's perfect. Yeah.
Then we're good to go. Let's go.
Yeah. So joke or not, we need it on the recording, and also nothing ever gets deleted from the wiki, so I'm sure it's still there. So we had a question in the chat. What all things FESCo is thinking to do to explain how change proposals work and how FESCo works to the larger crowd? And we have been touching on this in some aspects, but maybe...
There were a few things that Matthew came up with that I think are pretty good, especially for the discussion side. There's actually a video out there that describes the change process, and having a link to that for people who like video explanations of things, right there in the top. Also some more explanatory stuff, in the change proposal itself, like maybe going to the process or a short summary of what the process is or something like that, I think could help. But yeah, it's difficult to provide that context with somebody who's just coming in new to the project and doesn't know what's going on. And we've added the disclaimer and stuff like that to the top, but it's difficult to convey like the whole process. But yeah.
Do we have a section in the documentation about the writing a change proposal?
Yes, we do.
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we do.
We could probably expand on that, maybe do some blog posts to just raise awareness as well. I think it's a topic that we should probably be continually revisiting just because people come and go. Like, it's one thing to do a one-off, and that's good, but the audience changes. So yeah, the video is a good idea, and just increasing the marketing and communication, the hard things to do.
The other thing that's really interesting, and I thought of this earlier, and then it kind of faded from my mind, and now we're talking about this again, so it came back, is the way people talk about it as if there's a Fedora team that does stuff. I would love to know what this Fedora team is, because I've never seen them.
Aren't we all a team here?
I guess, I don't know, it's really important the really important thing to convey is that a change proposal can be done by anyone who is involved in the Fedora project at all, right? And there's no team of people that can make them and do the things and whatever. It's just any member of the community who is interested enough to drive an improvement to the project. I mean, we've seen the changes process be abused for things other than actually changing things in the distribution. So clearly it has gone a little bit further than that. But it's intended for technical changes, but we've used it for project changes. We've used it for culture changes. We've used it for a lot of things. Anybody who's interested in driving change in the project, it is the method that the whole community is able to synchronize on and understand what's going on and get consensus on.
So I think it's one of those things that it's hard to do from the inside because we have been living this process for so long that we don't see how it looks for people from the outside, and maybe some newcomer should take on this job and figure out how to explain it to people who haven't been familiar with it for a long time.
Wow, we all actually stopped talking.
That happens every once in a while.
Anyone have questions? More? Any in the chat?
Nope.
How are we doing on time?
We can...
Okay.
Okay, so some feeling. So if you would have executive power,
Oh no.
what you would change in Fedora?
Whoa.
So I have one thing that I was recently looking at fail to build tickets in my packages and other packages, and there were a few. There was a package that was preventing 50 other packages from building, and I start looking at it and I see, oh, actually somebody filed a pull request to fix this package a year ago, and it's been hanging there in this Git ever since. And I don't know, if we could have a way to just have pull requests auto-apply after a week if nobody protests, then I would like to see that happen.
Are you sure you want that? Because that's a be careful what you wish for kind of a wish.
And also, I mean, it's we have the packager dashboard, which makes it easy to see all the pull requests, but it's also apparently very, very easy to miss pull requests. If I mean, you get a notification, but I also get maybe 100 other notifications every day. So if it flies by, then it's easy to miss, and maybe there should be some mechanism to escalate this. You know, that's one thing.
I have one, like, it's on a lighter note, if we had executive power. I would like to bring back the Fedora release naming. And
Yes!
The reason I
Yes.
say that is that, and I'm not saying it has to be implemented the same way, but what I liked about that is it was a participation point for everyone in the community, regardless of their level of contribution or their technical skill. Everyone could vote on a name. And then we had, like, each time we made a release, it felt like we were this community around that release and we would have that branding. Now, we did make it extremely difficult, the process and stuff like that. Sure, I get that. Maybe we could fix it. But I liked the release naming thing that we would do.
It's always in the back of my mind is that I wish we kept the code name stuff because it was a fun point. Like one of the earliest entry points for me was, you know, helping pick the name for, I think was one of the names that was on the voting roll for Fedora 12. It was a long, long time ago. And like I think that is like literally one of the easiest entry points that someone could have to have some ownership of what we make as a project.
Yeah, exactly. Like people, you know, if you've just joined, we're about to do a release, you know, and you get to vote on this name, and you see it written up in articles and online and stuff. You're like, oh, hey, I had a hand in that, and it was just a ongoing entry point for anyone to really join.
Maybe we should bring it back for that alone.
Yeah, you know.
Wouldn't that be easier with the discourse, where you can vote just with +1 and not in
I don't think it was the voting that was
It was the
difficulty.
names that were on the roll.
The problem was, of course, as it often gets down to lawyers, so.
Yeah, Spot can share some backstory with that, but it doesn't look like you really want to right now. But
Oh
yeah, so maybe I don't know. Maybe we can get out of that business now. But I mean, just from a community participation standpoint, I think it was really useful. That said, of the release names that we did have, what do you guys think was the best name ever? I'm gonna say Zod.
Schrodinger's cat was.
Yeah, Schrodinger's cat is mine as well.
I mean, we also tested the UTF support in the distribution, so.
yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
Yeah.
Although Werewolf was a close second because of all the kinds of combinatorial, like the community artwork around it was phenomenal. Yeah.
That's true. I do like the Schrodinger's cat one because it did create the release blocker. So
on an apostrophe.
Yeah, so the act of participating and choosing the name actually led to a actual technical bug find, you know, which was neat.
And well, I sometimes have the feeling that it's too hard to do things in Fedora, like that there are things that should happen, and in general people agree that they should happen, but they don't happen because, well, stuff is slow. And there's many places where I think we should, as a community, keep in mind that just delaying things indefinitely is not a good outcome. And so if I had executive power, I would just use this power to generally make things happen, if possible.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that. Be careful what you wish for that one again, because that can go very, very badly.
I have another one on executive power. I'm going to assume that we have an infinite budget,
Oh, yes, infinite
so-
budget. Let's go with infinite budget on the condition.
So I would like to hold a flock and fund everyone in Fedora to come to it.
Yeah.
Regardless of distance and all that stuff. So that, with the infinite budget. Now with the leftover money, what would you guys do?
With the leftover money of an infinite budget. Next generation Koji with being able to do reverse depth tracking and all rebuilding, because then I don't need to hear of proven packager requests simply because they were the unfortunate souls of a library that they can't actually upgrade anymore because they can't fix everything. I would like that kind of grunt work to just go away.
Yeah, I was going to say, I could spend an infinite budget on infrastructure. There are so many things. If I could hire 500 people to redo this thing in a sane way and fix the tooling, make things so easy for packagers, it would be amazing.
Yeah.
What do you see as the future of dist-git in light of things like Pagger's current maintenance status and people moving things to GitLab and things like Packet leading more people to not really treat dist-git as the canonical source for spec files anymore?
All right.
All right. We'll leave time for everyone else.
All right. I will keep my statements on this short. I promise. Pulling away from the canonicity of dist-git is a recipe for disaster. I have been in distributions where, so some of you may or may not be aware that I actually am involved in much more than Fedora. Over the years, I've been involved in over a dozen different Linux distributions who have done a variety of different ways of shipping software. One of them, from a lot of those experiences, one of the things I personally feel is a colossal mistake is orphaning your agency of the method in which you ship software. And so one of the things that we have to be really careful about with stuff like Packet and what we are calling SourceGit, others call merge source trees or Git package trees or whatever you want to call it, right, is we cannot orphan our agency of what we ship because we are still ultimately responsible for it. The distribution Git, or dist-git, is our packaging Git repos that maintain our agency for that. The canonicity of that, hosting it inside central Fedora infrastructure, is how we preserve the integrity of our systems. Projects like Debian, which do not have that requirement, have to work around that problem by doing things like their reproducible builds efforts, which say that for packages that are going into Debian, we need to try to find a way that you can do a reproduction of it from the output artifacts to recreate the output, from the inputs produced by the output artifacts to create the same outputs again. We have much more sophisticated ways of being able to verify builds than they do because of these other guarantees that we have that, to be frank, we don't talk about. We don't talk about like why we've made a lot of those early decisions and what benefits they offer. The Pagger versus whatever thing, the maintenance status of Pagger is in flux because we've got new contributors coming in who are actively working on the project. Earlier, like late last year, as one of the, I was able to, with the Fedora infrastructure folks, finally get the CI infrastructure working again, which means I can start accepting contributions. And that has led to a slow revitalization of the project in a way that we're actually heading towards a new major version where we're doing a lot, right now we're doing a lot of cleanup, killing out a lot of cruft code. There was a lot of weird experiments that we've done that are not needed. So we'll see how that goes.
We have 3 minutes left, or 2 minutes left, so quickly.
Give him time to talk, come on, he had stuff.
Well, I will be actually very brief also. I think we need to have another discussion about this. I know people maybe don't want to hear that. Oh no, another discussion. But I think things have changed, and I think this shouldn't be a top-down dictate. We shouldn't say, oh, we're moving to GitLab. That's what we're doing. It should be, all right, here's our options. We could stay with Pagure, we could revitalize it, we could use it, we could go to something like Fostodon or Gitea or, those sort of products now that are out there and have the possibility of federated repos. We could, We could do GitLab. We could do GitLab in different ways. We could run our own GitLab. We could let them run a GitLab for us, et cetera, et cetera. All these things are a choice that our community should, have in front of it and look at all the facts and figure out. And maybe it goes to a decision from FESCo or something like that, or maybe there's constraints around, costs or whatever that weigh into it also. But I think we probably need to have that discussion again. I don't think that we're going to GitLab is a conclusion from several years ago that we should stick with. So that's my take.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing because you mentioned Packet as well as where dist-git lives. So I separate sort of thinking about the workflow of package maintenance and where source lives and that sort of stuff versus the system you choose to put it on. Like that is they're related problems but different. What I would like to see is a discussion and decision in Fedora about the direction that we do. So Packet, like if a project is going to adopt Packet building from upstream, then I don't want to also see work happening in dist-git. Like I don't want to see patches and PRs there and have it be bidirectional because that's really not, like we should define what the flow looks like from upstream to downstream integration in Fedora. And I think that's important because it gets confusing with some projects.
So I think it needs to be handled the other way. Like our rules say that dist-git is the canonical place, and you are welcome to use any workflow you want to put things there. And I think Packet is an option that is certainly growing in its usefulness. Mm-hmm. But it must take into account the proven packager workflow and pull requests from the community, and they just must be integrated into, like any changes that you do must take into account that things happen in dist-git independently.
Keep in mind that if you, let's say we go with the idea of if you're using Packet, then people don't do it into dist-git. Mm-hmm. That means, for example, proven packagers are completely cut out. That also means that other community contributors, if they are not accepted members of the upstream project that's using Packet, they can't get changes in. That also means if we do modernizations or infrastructure changes, they can't do anything either. It's actually an extremely painful problem if we block people from being able to work in dist-git.
So I'm not advocating blocking, I'm saying that Fedora needs to define what those workflows are. Because right now that's too ambiguous and anything can happen. And what I see is stuff gets lost.
Well, it's actually not that ambiguous. The packaging guidelines pretty clearly say that dist-git is the canonical source for spec files and patches and whatever, but some people think of all these reasons why they don't have to follow that rule or whatever it is.
Yeah, that kind of goes to communication and marketing and making sure everyone understands and is on board with what that says.
Speaking with my Packet hat on, the problem is more not as Neil mentioned, not allowing people who has the right to do something in Fedora dist-git, not allowing them in upstream, but when people use Packet or other tools and maintain the spec file somewhere else, and the dist-git is just technical way where they put the stuff so Koji has something to build, and if people submit patches or pull requests there, it may hang there for weeks, /months, /years.
We don't need Packet to make that for us to happen for some people.
So it's more about letting people know that the maintainers actually do the stuff somewhere else, and if they want to submit some contribution, they should probably submit it somewhere else, and it may speed up things. So for me, the canonical point of view, I don't know what is canonical thing in this context.
So I think that this was a major design problem in Packet. It was, I know, it's sorry, but things will not work well this way, and we'll dig a hole. We have 8,000 projects, and with 8,000 upstreams, we'll dig 8,000 holes for ourselves to fall into.
I don't know that it's necessarily a hole. I understand the problem, but
We're
for example, Anaconda, I don't know if they use Packet, but
They do now.
they do releases upstream and then they maintain the spec file there and just sync it to dist-git. But there are occasions where a compose will fail and Adam will figure out what the problem is and he'll talk to the Anaconda folks. He'll be like, here's this problem. You know, I'll file a bug, I'll file a pull request, but I'm fixing it in dist-git right now and building a new Anaconda so we can have it compose. And that's fine because when the next thing comes along and it overwrites, there's already a pull request because he knows that, you know, in the next version that they release, he wants to have that fix already there. So I think it's, to your point, it's more of a expectation thing. If you don't know that and you come along and you're like, oh, I'm going to file a pull request, or the kernel, as Justin will no doubt point out, is the same way. It's, you know, if you're filing a pull request there or changing something there, that's great, but you should realize where you need to make the change.
That's what I'm talking about, is that core
and
issue
that's-
there.
So we do actually have, so we had documentation on the page. When you went to the page saying, with a link to kernel arc saying this is where it's maintained, but we still allowed pull request. I did actually turn off pull request because they were just being ignored. But I don't think that getting rid of dist-git, as much as I know a lot of people in Red Hat would say source git should be the canonical source. This is where we're working. But I think dist-git serves a good purpose there in that I overwrite dist-git. Now I check the diff every time. So if somebody's done something, I'll at least see it. And hopefully they've put in a merge request and the source git. But having dist-git there does mean somebody can go fix it without waiting for everything else. You know.
Yeah, exactly. And so that does serve that purpose, but you also, what we've just all said, the expectation that, you know, you're going to fix it there, but I know it's an upstream project that's going to feed back in. So I understand how that works, and I'm not going to have that change loss, but
Right.
in the interim, I need to fix it now.
So the other problem is that we have not defined an expectation of upstream projects that wind up doing this, because here's the deal. When you're integrating into Fedora and you're doing this stuff, ultimately the Fedora contributor has to win in a conversation where something needs to be done to fix something. And if that is not happening, if there's no responsiveness in the upstream projects, there's no responsiveness downstream in the Fedora dist-git, something has to win, something has to give. And right now, what happens is if somebody has gone to go packety, source gitty, whatever, and someone submits a change upstream like they're doing it, and no one responds, this is an even worse situation than we have now, because there is no agency. We have lost a way to realize a solution because we have deferred our agency to someone else who doesn't have to care about what we're doing. And that is the crux of the problem I have with upstream packaging.
But what you just said is that you described dist-git as a last resort.
No, I'm saying that if you're following that workflow, you consider dist-git as a last resort. It has to exist as one.
Yeah, it has to exist, but yeah, it's. I think we are slightly heading to a situation where we have to clearly say what is canonical source and differentiate from the last resort or something to do about it. And I probably with Packet team we will probably kick it off in near future, and we will see where we'll headed us.
The important thing is that if somebody is going to use upstream project packaging in Fedora and then ship it into Fedora, they also need to understand that there's an expectation that they've got to respond to Fedora needs, or otherwise we're going to have to do something.
Right. Well, I think the point there is that things can change.
Yeah.
Like say you have a project and you're maintaining it upstream and you're just putting that into Fedora through dist-git and everything's great and rosy and whatever, and then maybe somebody takes over the upstream project, but you're still maintaining the downstream thing and they make some change and they're non-responsive. At that point, you may want to break that relationship and you may want to say, okay, now we're just going to maintain this here. Here is the canonical source because the upstream is doing things that I don't understand or not being responsive. So I think there needs to be a way to tell people what the canonical source is, and it can change. It could be that it's not the same tomorrow that it was today.
Yeah.
I think it's a big problem if we're saying that dist-git isn't the canonical source anymore. I mean, one, from the agency aspect and for the ability for other people to collaborate on the distribution together, but also for the contributor experience. Like if one package is using GitLab and one package is using Codeberg
Or another
and
one's using
one
email.
is using Git that free desktop dot whatever. It just creates a very bad experience for contributors, and we kind of lose that collaborative aspect and that anyone can go in and leave a review. And I don't think that we should be, trying to communicate to people that the canonical source is somewhere else. I feel very strongly that the canonical source should be dist-git.
Yeah, so this is, when I look at the contribution experiences between Debian and Fedora, this is the core difference. Because Debian doesn't have a canonical source requirement, which means that they do not have a singular path to contribution for any package. It could be anyway. Actually, you're not even required to have a VCS for Debian packages. You can just upload things, and they will do that. And then you're just going to have to figure out how, if you need to do something, how it's going to get done. And that's not something I want to have in Fedora at all.
On the other hand, who has more packages, Debian or Fedora?
How many of them are alive?
Yeah,
because
exactly.
is the Debian, because and I think it's make hard thing contributing to other packages, but on the other hand, like this situation make easier other contributors taking care about new packages because it's more easier for them. So weighing the problems.
I think number of packages is less meaningful than it perhaps used to be because now we have Rust and Go and a lot of that stuff is just sort of auto-generated. But,
Also, you have to think about the quality and the usefulness and the liveliness of those packages. There are a lot of packages in Debian that do not have a functioning upstream or development or whatever. They're just carried forward forever. And they don't fail out of the distribution because of things like, they don't compile, because they don't do those kinds of things like we do, where we fail out packages for not compiling year after year, right? Like those are, the way we handle our distribution tilts towards active maintenance, which means we will always have less packages than some other distributions that don't have that preference.
Yeah, and I personally would rather have more high-quality packages than less low-quality packages, because Fedora is, a collection of high-quality packages that has guidelines and standards, not just a kitchen sink of every single possible open source project in existence.
So we are 11 minutes past the initially planned end of life of this session. So I think that, this is a topic we could continue on for another hour. So let's just wrap it up now. And thank you all for coming.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, thanks you all.
Everyone.
I think we can get started.
Yeah, hello folks. My name's Neil Gompa. I was here on the stage just a little bit ago, but I have a new companion this time, David Duncan. Come on, introduce yourself.
Hey everybody, I'm David Duncan. I'm in the Fedora team, I work on the cloud edition and have spent a lot of time working on that. In my professional life, I'm a partner solutions architect and I work on cloud images and cloud solutions for Amazon.
Yeah, and I actually also wind up occasionally working with him professionally too, because I work at Red Hat as a senior black belt on managed OpenShift solutions, and that means that I get to interact with him when working on Red Hat OpenShift service on AWS, or ROSA as everyone loves to call it. So we're here kind of to talk about, with you, all of you, this is a participatory panel thing about, cloud images and getting, people to be able to make their own, what kind of process type stuff, and, what we hope to achieve and what you would like to see from Fedora Cloud to help make your lives better running Fedora in the cloud.
I think one of the things too that we're curious about is where in your workflow might you have a good space for something like a bespoke image. We spend a lot of time looking at what we can do to create images that are small, minimalized, and provide sort of a generic base, but that's not quite. I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg, when it comes to comes to how the cloud experience works. You want to be able to generate manifests and create application space that is specific to your workloads. I mean, there are many things that we do in our daily experience that we don't want to do twice effectively. And so just to give you a great example, the CoreOS images that are created for building out the OpenShift services for all of the public cloud providers is in fact not just CoreOS. It is CoreOS and a series of tools and technologies that are necessary for deployment, so that we can get that deployment model down, or decrease the amount of time to a ready state.
Right, and like with the things like Red Hat OpenShift service on AWS, or if you're running, maybe as we were talking about yesterday in our talk about Fedora Cloud KDE, right? Like these are scaffolds of workloads that we build to provide something useful and differentiated on the cloud that you will be enriched with. And we want to know, what we want to do is, we want to help you be successful in the cloud doing these kinds of things and doing cool stuff with it. And we want to know what you guys are doing in the cloud with this stuff to help us, or to help them.
Yeah, just as important is what documentation do you think is significant to make the next generation of your experience with the Cloud Edition better, right? It doesn't have to, obviously it doesn't have to run on a public cloud, or it doesn't have to run on some managed cloud. It can run on your desktop, and we expect that experience to be just as important, just as critical for others. And with some of the things that you can do now with Cloud Init and virt install and
there's a lot of ways to some of the things you may not be aware that the Fedora Cloud Working Group actually maintains is, the Vagrant images are ours, right? Like we take care of the Vagrant work stuff. I think we recently started doing KubeVirt images or something like that. Yes. And we're also doing things around adding it to additional cloud providers. We just added Azure recently, and We're looking at Oracle Cloud and a couple of other providers just to kind of round out the table of things. And we've always had the network of, the common VPSs like your Linodes and DigitalOceans and things like that, that we've also been having our offering on for many years. So anyone got something that you want to?
Yeah.
Looks like that guy.
Hey, how are you doing? My name is Brian, and I work quite a bit with Upstream KubeVirt. So I actually came here today to ask you about if the CloudSig would have an interest in publishing images for KubeVirt VMs, basically.
Yeah, I think we have the definitions for making them, but we don't know where to put them.
Yeah, so I think at the moment we're building our own kind of container disk images, which are basically just kind of wrapping, we say Fedora Cloud, CentOS Cloud images. So they rely on CloudNet, and then we store them in Quay as container images.
Sure.
So yeah, it's great to hear that you're interested in actually developing some of these images, because that's fantastic.
Like, our goal here is to provide all the deliverables that are needed for people to have an end-to-end positive experience using Fedora technologies in the cloud development and production process. So whether that's on your computer or actually in your infrastructure or somewhere in between, like, we want to make that experience good and to help you succeed in that front.
Yeah, so one of the things that made us excited to talk about this today was that we wanted to talk about what tools are available, right? And so a couple of the things that are available right now is just being able to create the build definitions inside of Koji and then build those in Koji. And we were worried that there are a lot of people who don't know, or in our community, right, who don't know that they in fact have ability, yeah, just today, right, to generate those images in a way that is consistent with their expectations. I know Adam knows about it because
he does it.
Yeah.
A lot. We appreciate you, Adam.
Yeah. And but he was also very vocal about learning and learning how to do it, and there's probably, if you were to just wander back in the infra lists, you'd probably find some great conversation around that process from him. But we wanted to make sure that everyone knows that the tools are there. There are some other, there are tools for uploading to cloud providers and whatnot that are there. And while we don't expect that we'll be doing that for everyone individually, we expect that, if there's an image that we need to have in a place that makes it available for specific cloud providers, that's something that we would manage and maintain for you. And then obviously OS Build is out there to help you do that in your own independent, like in your own individual accounts or whatnot.
Yeah, so if you're using Image Builder, Composer, whatever, it's gone by a bunch of different names. All the things that OS Build is the back end of, right? You have some way of producing these things in your own environment. We also, the tools that we're using in Fedora Cloud today, we're in the middle of a transition, moving away from some of our legacy tools that are kind of specific, that can only kind of run effectively in Fedora infrastructure, to stuff that people can run anywhere. So whether it's OS Build or in some images we're looking at using Kiwi for, and the idea is that we want to move to a model where everything that we're making is something you can make too. Because we know that as much as we want to serve and offer all these wide variety of things, the key power of the cloud is being able to build for yourself, tailoring it to your experience. And we want to make that a core tenet of what we are doing. We want everything that we're making to be something you can take and make your own.
Yeah, there's a lot of times where we get feedback from the cloud providers about security or like some sort of vulnerability that they don't want to see in the machine image, as such. They want to see it. They want to see a new image deployed, and then that image has the governance around that is really complicated, because we really want to just put out one image and then put out an updates, associated with it. But their process doesn't fit that. Fast forward to the customer experience, right? Then they start to have a deeper impact on their own customers. Their own customers think that, oh, okay, well now we know that our process is to update our machine images and then or just images, depending on who it is. And then the updates themselves are there for us to be able to make something that is more consistent, but then to make it like, once every 2 weeks or so, So we know that the people who are working on cloud solutions are also being, have a high amount of pressure to issue new images instead of just creating a patch management model for the instances that they create from those, right?
Yeah, because if you're in the more ephemeral world and you have the ability to subscribe to a feed to get the latest image every time you provision, then you probably want to take advantage of that. But on the flip side, if you're one that's starting from this and you have a machine environment that's sticking around for some time and you're going to keep it and life cycle it, then you would favor, being able to do patch management and things like that. So being able to handle both types of workflows is something that we try very hard to also do. But,
Yep.
And that kind of comes back to, we're trying to make our tools easier and simpler and more flexible to be able to handle these divergent use models,
Yeah.
because they're both valid. And we want to make sure that people are happy using these things in the cloud, locally, wherever.
Yeah, the Kiwi decision was one that came about because we were looking at how to create composable image definitions, and it was just a fantastic way to do it. We could create basically any kind of image we wanted from the WSL all the way out. So we've been pushing in that direction. On the other hand, the uploads and configuration and like post-config, we started off trying to determine how we could build our own tools, but then it looked like Ansible actually does most of what we needed to do. So we turned the cloud team has kind of turned towards maintaining those the software development kits in Fedora so that we can have full support for the Ansible collections that support them.
And ideally, these are things people can take and use in their own environments. One of the, I spent 8 years as a DevOps and doing DevOps type stuff. And, one of the things that made my job challenging was that I saw all these interesting things and ways that people were doing stuff. And things that I could have loved to use in my own environment. But they didn't make it accessible or available for me to be able to easily take it, adapt it, and extend it for my own use cases.
Well, it's still not easy to integrate with the infrastructure.
Yeah, I know, but I'm speaking aspirationally.
Yeah, aspirationally.
So this is something that we, David and I have been working really hard on trying to make that a guiding point for us when we're making our new decisions about how things are supposed to work and what we're producing. But it also allows us to put limits on what we are going to do. And for example, we're probably not going to make a cloud variant of literally everything that exists in Fedora. We don't need to.
But we definitely do want to make cloud variants that are going to do things that we think are going to segue into more of a Fedora experience. So there are lots of people who come to. So one of the things that I talked about yesterday, actually, in the cloud discussion was how we looked at Cloud9, right? Cloud9 inside of Amazon doesn't have a Fedora-based image, but it could. And so, it's for us. That's something that we want. We are looking at how we can produce. It's obviously backlogged on other things like getting rid of Python 2.7, but where, you know, it's a, you know, our goal is to see how those things can fit into the process that, you know, processes that, that users are already dealing with, and say, hey, I can use Fedora as a foundation for this instead of just using, you know, some other distribution.
Yeah, and like, it kind of riffing off of that, a lot of this was, well, you know, sysadmins that are like in an emergency scenario, they're away from their main computer station, you know, being able to spin up, like say a Cloud KD desktop that's got like, you know, their OpenShift and Rosa command line utilities, their cube definitions, their access to their version control systems, all of that push button provision so that they can do emergency work in the environment that they can actually be comfortable with. I mean, God, I don't know if any of you have been a sysadmin in the mobile phone on-demand era, like I've been, but that sucks. Typing into a terminal and having to like do things from a crappy phone console that's in Android or iOS compared to like being able to access like a remote desktop from a web browser is, yeah, I would take the remote desktop in a web browser, because then I'd have access to all the tools that I actually need to function. And that's the kind of stuff that, you know, we're looking at to like enable cloud experiences, but also we want to have a framework where, like, let's say, for example, you know, the Python classroom, the Python SIG who maintains the Python classroom lab for Fedora wants to also have a cloud variant. They are perfectly capable of reusing our framework to be able to provide that on their own as part of their lab. We don't have to do it for them.
No.
We would give them the tools and the capability to just do it and make it part of their own deliverables. We want to be able to provide that kind of flexibility to people in the same way, so that they can actually have their own tools for success.
Yeah. I mean, we think a lot of other groups are feeling that they see that segue, and we want to help them. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we want to hear. You know, we think that there are other members of other teams that are looking at things that they want to be able to stand up quickly. They want to verify. You know, they may be working on Winbind, or they may be working on you know, Keycloak. But there's a lot of things out there that you want to just be able to bring up, look at, and drop, and that process of building those machine images and making sure that you have the updates and that you have sort of a, you know, basically a step, you know, kind of a step function style approach to ensuring that you have what you need. We want to help make that a reality for lots of other groups. Maybe you want to work on OpenQA on a virtual machine.
Right. Perhaps you want to be able to make your own just environment to do all this stuff just with pushing a button in the cloud.
Any other questions? Yeah, just keep it. Keep going.
Sorry. So you mentioned that members can build their own images. Is there a good starting point for that? Is there a Cloud SIG docs page, or is there a good starting point for that?
I don't think we're quite there yet. We're trying to, I mean, that's what we're doing. That's part of our goals with the rework of our, image build stuff.
In fact, that was a little bit of what I was hoping to get us a springboard for today, is to see where the interest is and how we want to frame that documentation.
Yeah, it's like part of the reason we did the Cloud KD talk yesterday and why we're doing this panel today is we wanted to have some interest and learn from y'all, like what kind of stuff would you be, that you would find compelling and interesting to do with Fedora Cloud stuff. And because we have some ideas of what we want to do, and I think we're on a good path, but we also want to hear from y'all to see, like, what are you interested in? What are you looking for? What kind of questions do you have about, like, doing stuff with Fedora in the cloud and that sort of thing? Yeah,
I mean, I'll be honest, the KubeVirt thing is super exciting to me because, you know, there's two aspects of that. So one, just generally, KubeVirt, you know, is a great way to create a great modernization strategy. And two, it segues into some of the work around lightweight virtual machine environments that we have not gotten an opportunity to work on just yet, but porting to Firecracker and things like that is a big deal.
Also, congratulations, KubeVirt, for reaching 1.0. You finally did it.
Yeah, we finally got there, yeah. You also mentioned Rosa on the side. I was just wondering, is container native virtualization included in Rosa? In the offering?
I don't think so. Can we? I don't think it is a thing.
So there's a couple.
It's a him question for whether we'll ever do it, though.
So whether or not it'll be supported, that's kind of a question. That's questionable, but like there are flags in the metal instances where we're still working on the metal support.
Yeah, like most of the reason why we can't do it is because the instance types we support literally don't let us. And also it just, to some level, it feels weird, right? I mean, I think there are reasons where I think it would make sense, but like you could also just EC2. And so like, but I also can get the idea of like you want to have the abstraction and the same API everywhere to be able to do all the things.
Well,
but
you want to do your testing and get nested vert.
And then there's that. And I mean, like so this is going to step back into peeling back a little curtains about Fedora Cloud stuff. Part of the issue that makes Fedora Cloud images currently today so kind of painful is because the tools currently require us to boot up into a virtual machine to produce the cloud images, and the virtual machine boot up process is kind of special. And that makes it difficult for people to be able to replicate our processes on their own. And I want to move away from processes that are so complicated that like someone who's like just getting started fresh into this stuff and is excited doesn't get so discouraged that they want to flame right out of the whole thing.
I mean, you can flatten a kickstart now and just figure out what's in the process, but that's just one way to make a virtual machine. I mean, you could literally make it in the same way that you make an OpenVZ, or made an OpenVZ image.
I hope you're not making OpenVZ containers today.
In the same way that we did a gazillion years ago, and that's not unusual. I know the Amazon Linux team, when they build an image, it's basically just it's a tar file, right? I mean, when you're finished. And I don't think that this is also one of those places where there's more than one way to skin this cat, and I think that's an important part of what I think is interesting for us is that we don't necessarily have to do this in a way that is consistent with the expectations of the one tool. If we decide or determine that there's something that we want to do here that's different, we can be versatile, and
as long as it's maintainable. Because what we don't want to wind up is in a situation where we have a litany of things where we don't actually know how we can keep them going.
Oh, agreed. But if we're helping somebody work on their process, I don't want it to be constrained to like, oh well, they're using Kiwi, so.
No, not.
Yeah.
That's not what I mean, right? Like if a tool is kind of central to building the thing that they want or need, and we need to, and as long as it's straightforward enough to integrate and support, I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a lot of ways, there's a lot of different directions you can go with how you make your, how you create or how you process, whether or not that process is consistent with the one that we have. And I don't think that should be something that would concern you. To me, the most helpful thing is knowing that you can pull this, you can pull together this configuration. You can push that into the tools that we have already in place. You can get your build alerts in the same way that you would get them with any other Fedora project, and you can throw them over to Adam for testing.
Or Adam might just do it anyway and then tell you he did it.
That's right. Any other questions? Any other
comments?
Comments, yeah.
There we go.
This is more looking farther into the future, but one of the things that I'd like to do eventually is working with like GPU instances in Fedora. And that's predicated on getting all of the stuff packaged in Fedora so that it works.
Yep.
But is that something, assuming we can get everything to work, is that something you think would be reasonable?
Yes, actually. So like, we briefly mentioned this yesterday during our Cloud KDE talk. Like, GPU accelerated instances and being able to support them properly in Fedora Cloud is absolutely on our roadmap of requirements.
Most of the public cloud providers also have the ability to distribute the NVIDIA controller drivers, so we can
cheat.
Piggyback off of that, yeah.
I guess one of the problems I'm seeing is where we're starting is with AMD, not with NVIDIA.
That's fine
and
too.
I know
That's even
of
better.
one cloud provider who has one instance that has an AMD GPU in it. And
Hey,
it's
that's better than
not
zero.
current. It's a
But
couple
it's-
generations old. It's better than nothing. But
Yeah.
like I was just saying, I mean, all the cloud providers do have NVIDIA. Amazon has one instance that has an AMD GPU in it, and I have not been able to find a single other cloud provider that has an AMD
Well,
GPU.
then props to AWS for having AMD Radeon GPUs.
It's pretty good.
And
Yeah, newer ones
let's
would
get
be
some
awesome.
Yeah, more new ones would
Because
be
it's
awesome.
not technically supported by ROCm.
Ooh.
There's questions. I mean, it's not on AMD's official list.
Well,
Whether it works or not is a different question. It's just
yeah.
it's not on their current official. These are the GPUs we support, and then the one that's in AWS is different.
Well, I suspect, I'm not going to speak for David, but at least from the Fedora Cloud perspective, I think if we start having those toolkits in place and being able to have instances, have images and with that stuff preloaded, that instances, when they're provisioned on those instances, that they can just take advantage of them, I think they're going to see a different dynamic start building up for it. But, what do you want to talk about from the Amazon side?
Well, yeah, I mean, so from the Amazon side, we have our own crafted drivers for those. So, excuse me. The way that works from the Amazon perspective is the drivers are produced by AMD for the AWS environment, and then they're maintained in an S3 location for the instances. But they're available and they're easy for us to distribute, and there is a RHEL workstation that was created for specifically that reason, to have two things that incorporated into the instance. One was the GPU drivers for both standard GPU workloads and general purpose GPU workloads, and then to have on top of that the nice DCV VDI solution in place. So the server's already there. You just connect to it with a client, and then it's basically like running it where you are. And the reason we wanted to do the KDE workstation is because we don't have an upstream kind of experience for people to have that same, to iterate on for some of the same reasons. So we're really super interested in making sure that customers or users have that available to them, because the user experience around machine learning on Fedora is a story that we very much need to tell.
Yeah, that was part of one of my talks yesterday. Was what it is and hopefully how we're going to fix it.
From my perspective, I am super excited about seeing the ability to use GPU compute in Fedora out of the gate. I'm seeing the ROCm stack get integrated in and being able to start doing that kind of thing. I hope that what it will do is encourage more GPU compute workloads, whether it's AI, ML, or something else. I mean, render farms are another example of GPU compute workloads that will use AMD GPUs with open drivers and an open software stack that everyone gets to exercise the flexibility and freedom that they need to be able to do what they want and not what somebody else prescribes of them.
Well, and just like you're doing, our goal is to build this narrative so that people don't forget or don't think that just because there is another narrative, right, this one is absent. We want to make sure that this one is very clear and in their, within their space. So for me, the machine learning, I mean, if you'll let me soapbox for just a minute.
Go for it.
The machine learning conversation is one that I think is really hard because, first off, most of the applications that make this space or work in this space are impossible to package, right? I mean, we've had that conversation several times. And then the way that others have approached this has been to take all of that stuff that they can't really figure out how to package, throw it into /opt, create an image, and then just make that available. And that's...
How kind of you.
It's a scary, to me it's not a helpful model, right? Like there's no way to do updates, there's a consistency there that maybe I might like as a scientist, but this goes back to our the whole idea of developing images for yourself. We want to have those images in in my project, in my account, right? I want to have those images, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I want to find them out there in the world, in an incredibly vulnerable state for super long, or I want to find out that they disappear at some amazingly fast rate that makes it impossible for me to have a steady workflow. So I mean, I would love for us to try and figure out how we can do that. Akashdeep and his work on the Neuro Fedora, I thought was a great entryway into this space. But it's not, I mean, Open Data Hub, right, was a really important part of that process around the OpenShift experience, and we have. I mean, I have built out machine sets, that were GPU enabled for doing machine learning workloads in the OpenShift space, but really a lot of that work can be done on a single machine in a very in a sort of a limited space, and so you can bring up one instance, create do whatever it is that you're doing against whatever data lake it is that you're accessing, and then turn that off. And helping people to understand how to do that means giving them the tools that they need to do the work.
I want to follow quickly on something you had said a while back to make sure I understood. So it is not a requirement for Amazon to have the driver supplied by AMD. It's just something that was enabled. So if we had something in Fedora that was completely upstream and didn't have AMD's binaries, that is an option for...
Yeah, that's totally an option.
Just wanted to make sure I understood correctly.
Yeah, you can use the open driver stack in there if it's preloaded. Amazon just happens to have a bundle that you can just source it and install if you don't have anything.
Okay.
Yeah, without getting into trouble.
No, that's an important part.
Yeah. Anybody else? Then I'll ask Isaac's question. No, we don't have the RISC-V images just yet.
Oh, I half expected someone was going to ask it. And I was so prepared.
He's leading the witness here, so I'm going to ask two questions. You just asked one of the questions, but the real question is, when will Amazon support RISC-V in their cloud, public cloud?
I'll defer to people who are, more capable of answering that question.
Because that's the chicken and egg. So when Amazon declare that they're going to do that, then we can say, okay, so when are we going to have Fedora images to sit on the RISC-V boxes?
I mean, why would we have to wait for Amazon to that? Because Fedora Cloud does way more than that. So Fedora Cloud is also, you can run these images on personal hypervisors. You just boot them up with virt install and pass in the cloud init user data, or you use, you're using Cockpit, like in there, and then that actually will boot Fedora Cloud images as VMs, or you run an OpenStack on RISC-V, or you're running KubeVirt. Like, there's lots of different ways that this could happen, and that's part of the Fedora Cloud thing.
There is, but he's Mr. Amazon, you're Mr. Fedora, right? So that was a blunt question for Amazon, and from a Fedora perspective, then you still have the hardware enablement conundrum, right?
Yeah, well.
So yes, we can do all the things you said, but we have to have the hardware enabled to begin with.
It's customer driven.
And for us, it's somebody's got to give us the stuff to be able to start doing it, because
we're going to help triangulate the giving of the stuff to help you do it, and we're also going to politely encourage all the cloud vendors, not just Amazon, to support. I mean, you can. It's on public record. Alibaba actually have a T-head where they're developing RISC-V servers already, and they're hook, line, and sink bought into this equation. I would love to see Amazon do the same.
I have nothing to say to that.
I mean, you can't rule it out, but you can say the roadmap is definitely driven based on what we're being asked to do.
And all I'll say is that RISC-V is an interesting architecture, and I hope that its bring up goes, that the machines bring up go better than previous machine bring ups have.
Probably a small question, but do customers not want RISC-V on Amazon?
I mean, you're asking the wrong guy, but yeah. I mean, there's some other people who are more deeply aligned with the, Peter DeSantis would be the one to ask that question, not David Duncan.
And if we're speaking of people in the third person, Neil Gompa is just like, well, I would like to have as many architectures supported in Fedora and offered in platforms and be usable in all the different ways. But I suspect that really it's just most people don't know that they exist, right? Like, you don't ask for something you don't know exists. And once you know it exists and you find a reason to want it, then the dynamics start changing. And that's true even in like the Fedora open source case. Like, we started having this interest and development into all these, these architectures because people come in and they're like, we really want this, and they start talking about it, and other people get excited about it. It's that flywheel of success.
So I'd just like to add to that yeah, it's a bit premature and early yet for enterprise servers that are RISC-based, but they are coming. And if anyone's familiar with the guru or the demigod from Mount Olympus called David Patterson, David Patterson maintains that RISC-V is actually going to supplant all CPU architectures over the next 10 years. And he's a former x86 guru, etc., and he's ridden the wave with ARM, and RISC-V is something it just gives so much choice, flexibility to the HPs of the world, the startup chip vendors of the world, customers, countries like India, China, etc., that it's an inevitable equation, but we're not quite there yet. So at some point, yes, the Goldman Sachs and the Bloombergs are going to start consuming this, and Amazon is going to spring a surprise on us, and hopefully we'll have all done the groundwork to enable all the hardware underneath, and then we can be off to the races.
I mean,
that's very lofty.
My comment on that is that I remember when James Hamilton said that he thought that ARM was the future. And then it was like 3 years before, but 3 years for him to make it work, and it was very interesting to see from the perspective of an engineer, because the questions that happened as a result of that were like more economic than they were anything else. So it's very interesting. And then of course, like a series of really amazing engineers started to solve really big problems really fast. And it's just like that, seeing that the way that hardware can evolve in such a very short amount of time always makes me, it always surprises me, and I feel, fortunate to have worked with a lot of these people.
I will kind of add to this a little bit. Your comment about how it'll be everywhere and surpass all the other architectures and whatever. The concern I have right now is that when you look at how RISC-V is evolving and how development is going and manufacturer interest is growing and how CPUs and all this other stuff, I find some degree of credibility that there'll be more chips RISC-V than anything else by the end of the decade. I don't know if I could put a pin and say that it means that RISC-V will be the dominant computing architecture because of this fragmentation between the RISC-V variants and instruction sets and stuff. We don't know how that's going to settle out yet because it's still changing even to this day.
But before we get onto that question, let me just say that one of my favorite places to watch what's going on that's going to be relevant to the way that cloud images are being built is the work that's being done in the VERT team that Karen runs, and a lot of the things that start to come back to like what's being added to the QEMU KVM code bases makes a huge difference in terms of like what we can support. So yeah. I mean, I would like my goal would be to make sure, to ensure that KVM QEMU support is there, and it's there in a way that we can all take advantage of.
And importantly, as I was saying with the fragmentation of the instruction sets, whatever gets implemented in QEMU and that the distributions and all of us rely on, the hardware vendors have to do. It can't really be the other way around. If the hardware vendors start stratifying because RISC-V ties ABI to instruction combinations. So if your instruction combination isn't correct, you cannot run the application. And so we can't have a situation where something calls itself 64-bit RISC-V and you can't run it because you don't know. Like when it tries to come up, it's like, oh, all the instructions are missing, so we can't run. Like, there has to be a guaranteed baseline that everybody's going to support for that. And like even today now with Fedora RISC-V being bootstrapped, there are 2 other separate efforts going on right now that are doing the same bootstrap for different instruction combinations. And that's the part that scares me. Because if we wind up being in a situation where we have to deal with the different instruction subsets that are not compatible, RISC-V is going to fail. Because people can't figure out how to work with it.
I want to make sure that we all know we're on a tangent.
Yes, I'm aware.
We definitely have rat holes, but let me go back and say the tenure comment was a Patterson quote.
Yeah.
So put that in context.
Yeah.
And also that, new architectures require a lot of work under the hood from all the distro vendors, upstream, kernel enablement, and that in itself is what actually causes the standardization and helps prevent some of the potential fragmentation.
Sure.
So that's the beauty of open source. When you're working things and it's open hardware definition, and because it's in the open, that means that the definitions will evolve with a little bit of common sense from the community sprinkled all over it. So I'm not really too afraid of it going off on potentially on 50 different tangents, which it could. It could for all the edge devices, but RHEL is never going to run on those devices.
Sure.
So and Amazon's never going to have to worry about supporting them. So for the enterprise server side of the equation, I feel really confident that things will consolidate and come into focus because of the community effort. I mean, it's everyone here and everyone beyond here that helps create RISC-V and helps create Linux. Okay. And that's the beauty of open source.
So to tie it back to Fedora Cloud as we're talking about for this, to bring this tangent back to the nose, I don't care just about the enterprise servers or in just the cloud, but I care about the whole cloud experience down to the person's computer. And so whether it's RISC-V or whether it's ARM or whether it's, running a desktop or if it's doing Kubernetes or whatever.
Or S390.
Or mainframes are special. That one's getting put aside. But like when we're talking about a Fedora cloud experience for that, I don't talk about just Amazon. I also talk about like the desktop that someone's working on to develop the cloud workload. And I talk about the experience of going between the two and all of those other things. So there has to be an underlying level of consistency at all those levels. You can't have an experience that only works in the server side. It has to work locally too. And that's the piece that, with ARM, it took a really, really, really long time. It took twice as long as it did to get the server parts. The server parts were easy. Getting everything else was harder. And I am very happy and willing and optimistic about supporting RISC-V for Fedora Cloud. But we have to have all those pieces in place to make it work.
And again, it'll be because we have all those component parts in the KVM QEMU code base, and we'll be looking for that. That's what we work on. And that means, dealing with a lot of special problems like, how do you get, on cloud instances, one of the things that we worry about is like, how do you get a dump, right? How do you get a memory dump?
What happens to the program crashes?
Yeah, where do you get your, where do you get your debug?
That's actually a surprisingly difficult problem.
It is. But we want to be there to help you and anyone who wants to, to build specifically cloud images or cloud-like images, the opportunity to have our help and to be a part of our experience and part of our really part of our team.
Mm-hmm. We're open. Come join us if you're interested in this stuff.
Actually, we need you to come and join us. Anything else? I think we can call it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Thanks for being here.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Lenka. This is David. And we work for Red Hat in the community platform engineering team. Our colleague Patrick was supposed to be here with us, but unfortunately couldn't make it. Today, we would like to talk to you about how we authorize OpenShift hosted projects to the community members in Fedora. Why did we need to write a solution for authorizing OpenShift hosted projects? Well, a couple of years ago, we had a community-facing OpenShift cluster called CommuniShift. Most of you probably remember it. Please up your hands who remember CommuniShift. Many people. That was supposed to serve for people to deploy, test apps, learn, experiment, get their hands dirty. And this cluster was retired as part of the data center move in 2020. And then in Q3 2022, community platform engineering was tasked with solving a number of blockers holding up the re-release of the CommuniShift cluster. This talk is not about CommuniShift, as the cluster is not ready yet to be presented to the community. We're still trying to work through some legal blockers, which we as developers cannot influence. But while working on CommuniShift, there were a couple of areas to solve, and I would like to focus on the authorizing one. We needed the administration of projects to be self-service and with no or as little added work for the Fedora infra team, as we had a lot of tickets being opened, regularly requesting access to systems. We also needed a way to sync Fedora account system and the cluster, and we needed this to happen automatically. A part of that we also needed for the CommuniShift purposes. We needed to solve the storage and the quota, but that's not the aim of this talk. And the Fedora account system API requires Kerberos authentication, so we needed a key tab. We decided to use the Ansible operator SDK, which provided us the structure of a Kubernetes controller. Then that we then completed with Ansible and Python that provided us the functions we needed. So operator SDK is a Kubernetes native application that consists of two parts. First is a container that handles the interface between OpenShift and the operator and reacts to received events. The second one is the Ansible role and playbooks code, which is run as required. These operators can then be managed by an open source toolkit called the Operator Framework. We named our operator CommuniShift authorization. It connects to FastJSON. Is all of you familiar with what FastJSON is? All right, so for those who don't know, I'll resume it. It's a JSON gateway to query free IPA built for the Fedora account system. So the operator connects there through a key tab file and retrieves all the CommuniShift -something named groups and group members. Then it connects to the OpenShift API and ensures that all the data is synchronized. So it's a one-way sync from the FAS to the OpenShift API. Then we set it to reconcile every 20 minutes, so it's looping every 20 minutes. That can be changed if we need it later. Why did we go with the operator SDK? What advantages does creating an operator offer? Well, several things. SDK is a framework that does a lot of things for us. All the structure, the loop logic, when we run the operator SDK in it, it just provides us all the tree of the files and the molecule tests, and we only set the reconcile period, and also immediately we have access to any module that Ansible can run, including custom modules that we can write ourselves, which is what we did as part of the initiative. And it's also reusable. Once we created the CommuniShift authorization operator, we realized that we could reuse the solution for any other project. And that project emerged soon after. It was called Fast2Discourse. Fast2Discourse synchronizes the Fedora account system, group membership, the Fedora discussion, which is a discourse instance. I saw that Matthew Miller will have a talk about discourse after the lunch. And in the beginning of the Fast2Discourse, there was a ticket from Matthew, who got inspired by David's solution of authorization of CommuniShift authorization operator to synchronize the FAS groups and their members with the CommuniShift cluster. And he was thinking about using the same technical solution to sync FAS groups with the discourse groups. And David will now describe the technical details.
So sorry, it's going to probably be a little bit of a repeat of what we already said. So the Fast2Discourse operator, it's very similar to the CommuniShift authorization operator. So, I mean, we still have the Fedora account system. It's our single source of truth. It allows us to provide fine-grained access to various systems in the Fedora community. So, for example, as far as discourse is concerned, we can do things like members that are people that are in a particular group might have particular privileges for posting in a certain area on discussion. And again, it's a one-way sync. So basically, from now on, if you want to add people to a particular area in discourse, you need to do it through Noggin and basically IPA. And basically, that's accounts.fedoraproject.org. You search for your particular group, you add or remove users there, and then this operator then will automatically synchronize the changes over. Don't do it the other way. Like if you make changes to discourse, it'll be overwritten by the operator. Yeah, and to activate this then, you activate it on a new group in discussion by basically creating the group. So if you create the group in discourse, the operator then will begin synchronizing it, providing that the group exists in discourse and it's identically named to a group in FAS. Yeah, and basically this approach then we've taken could be used for other services in the future. Yeah, so on the last slide, it's a little demo. Basically, it just shows you on the left you have the Fedora account system FAS, and here we're just adding a user to it. And in the background, on the right hand side, then you can just see so this is the CommuniShift authorization operator. You can see that that user then will be added to the particular group in OpenShift. So in the future, every project in CommuniShift will have its own group in FAS, and basically the sponsors can decide in a self-service manner who gets access to it themselves. And it doesn't involve anything related to Fedora Infra. You don't have to open tickets, completely self-service. Yeah, so basically that's all in theory, as we said, because the CommuniShift cluster is not officially released. Perhaps in Flock 2024 or something, we'll be able to give a workshop on how to get access and get on board into CommuniShift. Yep, so just a quick lightning talk, just a brief overview of what we did, but if you're interested in digging deeper, there's a couple of resources there. I'm trying to think, are they? Yeah, the links to the two operators if you want to look in. So it's all, it's entirely Ansible and Python, so it's pretty readable to most developers. That's pretty much all from us. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, but we've only got a 15-minute slot, so we don't want to take up any time. Yeah, please enjoy the rest of Flock. So if you have any questions. Like I'd encourage anyone to look into the operator SDK, and especially the Ansible operators that you can produce, because you can pretty much access anything in the OpenShift API, and it's a really nice framework. Potentially, rather than creating or rolling your own API, you could just use and extend OpenShift or Kubernetes. Yeah, and the operator SDK is a really nice way of doing it. So, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, before than that and everything, thanks a lot for being here. Well, we have a nice presentation from Mexico City. And Mexico, the country, we are Fedora México, a local community from Mexico. And this is our presentation, Growing Together and how we rebuild this community. I'm Alex Callejas, and let me present my team. Alex Acosta, Hasim Anaya, and Ivan Chavero. So let's start with this. Okay. In Mexico, we have a lot of communities, a lot of developers communities and open source communities, but our community is very, very special. We have a lot of technical people, very, very, very important in Mexico. And in the first years, this don't happen, so let's share with you how we can do this thing. Okay, this is an old graphic, but it represents all the active members by country in Fedora. So Mexico has 45 active Fedora contributors, but in our community, in this moment, we have 1,068 members on Meetup and 516 members on the Telegram group. Is very, very huge. So in the main groups, we have Mexican contributors like ambassadors, advocates, packagers, and okay, this time from story time. We have to share with you our journey and our learned lessons.
All right. Well, as you have my already guessed, I am the older guy in the group. Probably in the conference, but well, at least in the group, I'm the oldest. And I'm also the ambassador. I'm not? Thank you. Well, and also my membership or my FAS account is pretty old. I joined Fedora in 2008. And well, at that time, it was a very small group. We have like 8 registered ambassadors, but only 3 of us were actively contributing to the project. Now from those 3 or from those 8, I'm the only one who remains from that time. They were interesting times then because all of the events were managed and driven by the Fedora Latam community, which was bright and extended at that time. But that also represented some challenges like difficulties in the logistic for budget and for shipping. I mean, concentrating the swag in Latin America was a challenge to ship it to Mexico. I personally live 250 miles south of the North American border, and I was getting a hard time, having a hard time getting the swag from Latin America, right? This is something that not necessarily an issue right now, but in that time, the Mexico Red Hat office was just a commercial and support office. And there was nearly to zero involvement with the community. And we also have mostly talks at university and colleges. That photo is from Food Contempe, and you might recognize some of them. some of the people who participated in that time. Tatica, Nucho, Neville, it's in the photo. Good times.
In 2014, one of our founder members go on bus and ride to Managua, Nicaragua, to the FESCo, and that's where our story starts. But how we do it? How we do it to get this community well?
Sorry. Okay, for the next part, one of the main points to grow the community in Mexico was the communication across all the country, across all the people. And one of the main points is the Telegram group. It's an official Fedora channel, and we have more than 516 today registered in the channel. One of the points that we grow with the channel is the moderation. We have a console. We have everyone is checking all today the code of conduct, the community, providing help, providing support, providing advice. Everyone can join and participate with the community. From this point, we manage all the meetups. We have a monthly meetup, one of the most active in Latin America. And all the communication is born there in the channel.
Okay, the next step that we have is create a meetup group, Fedora Mexico. In this time of the history, we have support from Red Hat. They let our meetings in the office, so we can do very, very large meetings, and we find the best speakers and topics of general interest, different people who to share all his knowledge. Like step 3, we participate in community events, generate our own events like a release party, a Fedora Women's Day, and other community events like Open Source Contributor Summit, COS, and Latin American Free Software Installation Festival, known as FLISOL. In these community events, we have a huge participation of the community, and we have a very, very nice events in the Red Hat Mexico office. The participation in the community events, we go to Guadalajara to talk about how the people can contribute to the Fedora project. We do a workshop where learn to the people how to contribute to the project, since translation, report books, packaging. There's a lot of people there. It was a nice event. In the Fedora Women's Days on 2019, we have a huge participation from the university, the biggest university in Mexico. And we have participation internationally because Tatica participated with remote with us, and this girl, Susanna, she's in Germany, so it was a very nice event too.
We have participated in 12 out of 20 editions of the Southern California Linux Expo, which is it is the largest community run open source and free software conference in North America. It's not completely Fedora Mexico credit for this, but we have participated, and it is important because as you know, there is a huge Spanish-speaking population in that area. Actually, it is the second one next to Mexico City. It is the second largest Spanish-speaking population in the whole world. So this last edition, we earned the most memorable booth. Fedora earned it. Yeah, because and it is awarded to the voted by the attendees for the most. I don't want to use the wrong term, but it was like a more memorable experience for them. So this is something that I would like to.
It's because we're memorable.
This is something that I would like to brag about. And this is a photo that was in which Ivan and myself were interviewed for one of the digital news site. Hasim, Ivan, myself, Ruben, if you recall him, he's living in the Netherlands, but he was an active ambassador. We have all participated in this conference as well.
Okay, but not always we have a happy place. Of course, we have a lot of issues because, you know, the people have different ideas. And the first issue that we found was the moderation. And we talk about all these people like, take it easy, man. We are friends.
Yeah, we've had some trolling cases in the Telegram channel. There's some, I don't know why people that use Arch Linux or Arch Linux like to, I don't know, give us a hard time. But we try to, well, I try to be like count to three, don't get mad, and ask the other guys to calm the waters, you know, because I'm a little explosive, and I'm supposed to be a moderator, so I always say, okay, hey guys, there's someone here saying that blah, 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 you know, stuff. And we try to focus on the technical, we try to focus on the social, we try to focus on being friends. And I think that the most important part is that we try to help each other. If you enter this Telegram channel and you're a newbie and you're asking like the most basic question, you're not gonna get the RTFM answer. Either a seasoned expert is gonna answer you, or also a newbie is gonna answer you, and there's gonna start a conversation. There's times, I'm really happy about that, because there's times that a new guy helps a new guy and they end up helping each other. And I just read it, you know, I didn't intervene at that time. I just say, well, this is cool. They're wrong, but they are finding the truth together. And then someone comes in and helps them, or I help. But we try to be very open for the new guys, and because most of the time they come really excited. And have you? I don't know if you have been on more technically hardcore oriented communities in which you feel like you shouldn't ask stuff because they're gonna think you're dumb or stuff like that. We try to create the environment for the newbies to ask everything, and we are there to help also. Oh, the code of conduct. I haven't read it, but it's easy. Just don't be an a-hole, right? It's just like that. And well, at some point, I don't know how or why, I was talking to my friend Renich, and I'm a musician, and he's also a musician. And we started saying, hey, we should, he lives in some area in Jalisco state. I don't remember the place. And we were talking about doing music in Linux. And we all know it's not like the most pleasant of experiences, right? It's still an area of opportunity. But he was using a software. It's not free software, but it runs on Linux, Mac, and Windows called Bitwig. I think it comes from some guys that got out of Ableton or something like that. And he said, hey, let's do a song. And I don't remember if I or he agreed to do the free software song in Spanish. So he is a guitar player and a keyboard player, so he wrote the melodies and the guitars and the drum beats, and he sent me everything, and I recorded some vocals, and I sent them to him, and then he sent them back, and so back and forth. It's not I like to say that it's not the ideal, but it's a very nice community experience to make music remotely only using Linux. That's the main point, and that's why we chose the free software song, because we were trying to prove that you can do music in Linux, and I shouldn't say it, but it came out pretty well. Would you guys like to listen to it? Yeah? Yeah?
This effort have a lot of, all the community joined to perform this video. Some guys do some things, and this girl, Cassiopeia, she do the musical video for this song in Blender. So
yeah, she's the leader of the Blender community in Mexico, and we sent her the song, and she did, I don't know what, but it came out pretty well, and an animation around the sound and the frequencies of the song, and the thing, and just before you press play, I wanna be very, very emphatic about this. We were asking in which community should we share this stuff, and like, I don't know, at Unison we all agreed we should share this in the Fedora Telegram channel, because that's the place where we hang out, and we are sure that that's the place in which this is going to be welcomed. So that was like the premiere or something like that. We did it on the Fedora México Telegram channel. So hit it, DJ. If you guys want to sing. You said, now jump, no, just jump. Everything is in Spanish, so feel free to translate in your heads. Let's have those pounds again. I was going to sing it, but we couldn't afford for the band to travel here and perform.
Yeah.
You just missed it, Bex. You just missed it. The performance.
Yeah.
You're next. Sorry to have missed it.
No worry. Well, where we are and where we are going. In this moment, we have improved packaging skills in our community. We have some people who want to get as packagers. So we are perform a packaging workshop, but we found that the documentation needs.
Yeah, some members of we are always trying we're always asking our members to try to package or to enter the experience of being a packager on the Fedora ecosystem. But we found some I like to call them areas of opportunity, not problems. The documentation for newbies in this area is a little confused, and it tends to change over time in English, and might be our fault. It's not. We don't make it pair-to-pair with Spanish. So sometimes your browser shows you. My browser shows me the web page in Spanish, and the web page in English is different. It's a newer web page, so it might be that we have to coordinate and help with these translations. But it's in general, it's a little hard for new packagers to learn the whole process, like creating your FAS account and then going and download the tools and learning the workflow, because it's a weird workflow. But it's nice, I like it, I am a packager. But if you're used to just sending the patch via email, you're gonna find like that it's kind of bureaucratic, which is not. But I'm saying a perspective of one of the guys that is trying to become a packager, actually helping for LibreOffice. Let me just tell this.
Yeah.
As part of the communities, we are also helping. This is not only Fedora México, but members of Fedora México are helping on the development of LibreOffice, mostly for Mexican stuff, but there's now some expertise around writing the code for that huge project. And we're also creating packages around the stuff we're creating, because it takes time for patches to get accepted. So we create our own RPMs and we're finding stuff that we can contribute to Fedora. And that's when one of my friends had a little problem with the onboarding to be a packager. And she was saying, hey man, it's just a 5-line patch. Why do I have to do all this? Oh, you know why? I told them, you know why? Because you're gonna contribute more, and if you know the workflow, it's gonna be easy, like water for you. Well, at least for me, it's easy. I confess that I have to open the manual, but still, it's easy.
Yep. So then we have implemented adoption of package program, maintaining the package between members of the community, looking for high impact package as mentioned by Ivan. And other challenge that we have is supporting the growth of Fedora Latam. For us, it's very, very important collaboration across borders, because Fedora Latam was our inspiration to create the Fedora México group. So now we want to get back the favor and help now that we our brothers need us. So we are part of this great family of Latin America countries, and we need support and to consolidation of Fedora Latam. With technical support in Fedora Spanish channels and maybe sharing knowledge in remote and face-to-face talks. And that's it. That is that we do it and that we want to do it. So I don't know if you have some questions or comments.
No questions?
Sí.
Oh.
In Spanish or English?
I could do it in English because it's been taped. Puedo hacer también en español si quieres. So given the power, I don't know if you've played with ChatGPT, it's actually quite good in translating from one language to another. And I'm wondering if more and more companies should use it, leverage it for translating documentation into Spanish,
Yeah.
Chinese, etc. It's actually quite good. I was surprised how good it is in Spanish and Italian and Irish. It does a really good job.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, we have a small discussion one day in the Telegram group because someone asked to ChatGPT how we can install some package tool on Arch Linux, and the process is correct, but that package don't exist. So we don't have a lot of confidence with ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can take the output and clean it.
Yeah, we know, but we don't trust a lot.
It needs validation, but
Yeah.
it is a good idea.
80-20, right?
Yeah, because most companies, their complaint is, and the world revolves around English, and there's this assumption that you have to speak English to work in IT and to use products,
Yeah.
which is really bad. Most of the planet does not speak English.
Yeah.
And we should have documentation in all languages.
Yeah, in our talks, we always talk with the young people. Don't worry about the English. You know English. Your operating system is in English. You all day you are practice if you have a Linux machine. So.
And there's something, but in Mexico, for example, we have we just don't speak Spanish. We speak a lot of languages, a lot of native languages, and everything in computers is either in English or in Spanish, and there's a barrier for native communities to use technology because it's not being shown in their language or at least their mother tongue. They have to like in head translate or stuff like that. The guys at Mozilla, they are doing translations of the browser to Nahuatl, and that's pretty cool. And when you said that, I just remember for a while I have been trying to ask those guys to join the Fedora community and start at least checking out how hard it is to translate the operating system and documentation to native languages.
Another question, another comment?
Oh, we have a...
if you want this, you need to ask.
Hey, you just came for that.
Yeah.
You need to sing the free software song.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have a sign.
I'll ask one. So on the earlier slide, you talked around some of your future steps in trying to build a stronger LATAM community for across borders. My question is, from the Fedora project side, are there resources, infrastructure, tools that would help you do these things that Fedora could provide? Just wondering, how could we help you keep doing awesome things?
We love the idea, for example, the Spanish channel in Matrix. This was a first step, maybe have a bridge between the Telegram channel, because it's very, very, very interesting, the talk all day. technical talk all day in this channel, and maybe if you see in metrics, you can, all the world can see what we are doing. So yeah, we believe that this first step to provide us a Spanish channel will be very, very good for start. And then with Luis and Jose, we can coordinate to do some remote talks, or maybe they can go to Mexico, or some of our people go to Panama or another countries. And I don't know, we need to reestablish that friendship that all we have all this time.
We were discussing with Luis previously that we also, or first of all, we need to identify the communities and the individuals that are active and contributing and are willing to reactivate what in the past it was a huge community all over Latam. It is not the case in these times, but I think
we need to resolve all the issues, but we can do that, right? Yeah, step by step, one by day. Yeah.
There's something, beer money, please.
Of course. And if we have a food con in Cancun or something like that? Why not? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe celebrate these events in Mexico, or in someplace, well, in Mexico.
Yeah.
Not Panama.
Yeah, maybe the next vlog, or I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, we can pull it off.
We are working on that.
Another question or comment?
I'm going to do double duty of asking a question and operating the camera. My question for you is, do you see any other open source communities that are very active in Latin America that you see as inspiration?
Yeah, we see a lot of communities in Mexico. Python communities, sysadmin communities, Blender community, Rust community. They have a lot of events, and we don't go with them. Our first step is try to get this communication and participating in their events and everything. But yeah, in Mexico are a lot of communities working, and they inspire us to go.
Mm-hmm. There are also companies that are increasingly looking this interaction with communities, like the one that organized the event that Alex showed, that open source contribution commit. That is that was organized. That one was organized by a company, but looking to integrate and to activate the communities. This event is growing and taking.
It's a very huge event. Maybe 100, 500 people.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, a lot of people in Mexico, and for everything, Google, Genome, Python, Perl, everything you want is there, but Fedora no. That's why we want to participate in all kinds of events, in everything.
Yeah, I also have given talks to the Golang community and with the Rust community, and I always do the, like, hey, come join the Fedora community.
Yeah.
I know from my perspective, I work for a university and doing open science and open scholarship work, and much of the world actually looks towards Latin American universities and institutions as like leaders in open science, because there's been so many really successful and like well-built initiatives throughout Latin America. So I know it's like not, Fedora and Open Science, there's some projects, but I thought it was a cool connection looking at the work.
Yeah, a lot of people in the universities use some distribution in Linux. And when we go there and say, you know who creates a genome? Was created in Mexico. Of course.
Of course.
Obviously.
For example,
Yeah, Federico Mena
and Miguel
y Miguel de Casa. Yeah.
And also, not only universities, but research centers, they try to use, and I don't know why, but might be CERN uses CentOS, I think, and it might be influencing other. There's, for example, in Chihuahua, a very prestigious research center, and those guys use Fedora. And I from time to time, I bump into those PhD guys in the bar, and they start giving me hard times of, hey, this package, blah. Hey, I'll help. I will help. Don't be like that. But they are enthusiasts, but they're doing science, hard science with Fedora.
Yeah, even the government have a lot of projects with open source and Linux. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments?
Not really a question, but yeah, thanks for your presentation. It was amazing. Like, you're doing some really cool stuff, and I love the energy. I think like you can see all the passion and energy you're putting into that. And we'll talk after. I would really be happy to help to have like maybe Fedora Core OS workshop or like virtual events, and have someone from the team come and talk about or do a workshop or stuff like that. I think that would be really cool.
For sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
No?
Thank you.
Anything?
For attending.
Well.
Gracias, amigos.
All right. De nada.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have some stickers from Mexico, and we have two
coffee mugs.
Two coffee mugs with a nice logo to Maylin do it for us. So maybe the first person who comments.
So wait, we are contact yet. Oh, very nice.
We have another one.
We have another one.
Now you will have to fight each other.
Yeah.
The winner gets a mug.
Yeah.
So, I only speak one line. And what I was going to raise my hand and what I was going to raise my hand and do was to, thank you. What I was going to do was to dovetail on Isaac's comment, but I have a stupid question. Okay.
Well, my name is Peter Boy, as you may see, and just about myself and my relation to Fedora Server. I'm a scientist at the University of Bremen and graduated in sociology, far away from Server. But as minor, I had applied mathematics, which was an academic home for computer science in those times. Well, and once a time we managed with our institute to apply for a so-called Excellence Center. It's a special funding in Germany. The effect was we got a lot of money and we got a lot of independence from our central university IT, but the obligation to do it of our own. And because I had that dual qualification, our colleagues think, okay, it's a job for you, as a side job, of course, we need everyone in research. Fortunately, I got some compensation in teaching, but I had a lot of money and a nice side job. It was, well, we started with AIX, it's the IBM version, but soon the Intel boxes got more powerful and we started with Linux, and I had to check which Linux which Linux distribution. Okay, well, somehow Red Hat looked for me with all these advantages I know, or I knew from IBM. It's a good interface, a good support, everything like that. So I decided for Red Hat. Unfortunately, short after we did that, Red Hat dropped the academic license program. So we had, despite a lot of money, but not so much. Fortunately, we got Scientific Linux, and we used that I used a combination of Scientific Linux and Fedora Server. The classical case of usage, Scientific Linux for the stable version, and Linux and Fedora to get the latest software. Some time ago, Scientific Linux died as well, and I had the option CentOS or Fedora, and I decided for Fedora and put everything to Fedora Server Edition, it was in that time. So I had a small bunch of about 20 servers, boxes in Fedora Server Edition, and some virtual machines on top. Well, it's my special experience. We had any problem with Fedora. Everything works fine. Just one case. We upgraded the release, and a colleague of mine saw a strange message, something is wrong. But he was saying, okay, it worked forever. Don't worry, be happy. But afterwards, we were not happy. It's something to do. So I think we at Fedora Server should build in some quirks, so admins keep watching, and I'm not to be sure everything works fine. Well, that's my personal experience with Fedora. And I started then end of 2020 when Matthew started to reboot the server working group. And I had the strange idea to spend our internal Fedora documentation to Fedora instead to build up an own website, and started with documentation. Well, and somehow I ended up as a coordinator for all the business we have. No, okay. So, what is it not doing? Oh, sorry, I have the wrong glasses, I can't. Well, probably first some remarks about the current state of Fedora Server Edition and some information what's going on, and at the end what we are planning to do for the next time. Well, the first thing is a working group. We had a reboot in 2020, and currently we have officially 70 members according to the working group relations of FESCo. We have 2 weekly meetings, and we have it constantly about the last 2 years. So I think the reboot went fine. Well, we have 9 members who in the 2.5 years have regularly contributed and discussed, specifically contributed some work, and 2 members who sometimes discussing, well, and 6 members who constantly do nothing over the last 1.5 years, and but it's probably no problem, but anyhow we have to see how to handle these cases, I think. And we have the big advantage that we are a mixture of old hands, so to speak, members who were part of the working group at the beginning, and a lot of newbies, so as me, who try to catch up and to carry it forward. At the end, I think the reboot was a success, and we have now a quite active server working group. Well, the other thing is the addition. We updated our technical specifications, which were shifting from the previous based server role, as a UDEF-based server role, to Ansible support or specifically supported services. There are services which should be release relevant, so currently it's not, but maybe they have to introduce some of them as blocking or some kind of blocking services. Well, we discussed our goals. We discussed the issue if our goals are too old now, overcome by something, but we stayed with them. So it's not. We are still stick with the technology which supports various options, not just one, which does not just one option, which is specifically hyped in the discussion, and we stick with a server which is can easily be adapted to different needs, different needs, different structures, different contexts. So we will stay to be a multi-purpose server, and that means we will stay at the near future with package-based distributions, installations, I think. Nevertheless, of course, we are looking for what the development is, and we are looking for new or nearly new use cases, so we may adapt server or some distribution medias to new use cases. Something I have to look at. And I think it's not so bad with our goals. If you look at the development path over the last year, we have a constantly grow of update. The graph is the number of DNF updates per month. It may be a better figure to indicate the usage of server as a near download numbers. So we have been a constant growth. I think we are on the right path, so to speak. We have a growing demand. And if you look at the numbers which Matthew presented yesterday, was it? Yes. With the Fedora server, we have still a good amount of users in relation to other editions, in relation to other parts of the Fedora distribution. So I think at the moment, or for the time being, we can do what we are doing. Well, what's going on? The constant task is docs improvement. And if you look at the commit numbers over the last, it's the last year, yes. Well, compared to other editions, we are not that bad. We have, what is it? We have the second most, no, the third most, okay. Commitments and updates of our documentation. And I think we are a good way to improve that further. But of course, if someone of you would like to write some documentation, everyone is welcome. And we have a lot of things to do. We are not, we have no lack of tasks to do. We have a long list here, as you see. But the main task for the next future is to bring up or to get up our Ansible support project, because it's the main issue of our product. The product what is it? Product requirement document, yes. And it is a main section in our technical specification, but unfortunately we didn't get around it in the last year. And we have to review our installation media. I think the last time the installation media were reviewed is probably 8 years or so ago. There were some minor changes. But after 8 years, maybe it's a good idea to review the issue. There is no problem. I think nobody is complaining about it. But nevertheless, there are some strange issues on it, which may be deleted, and there are some new ideas which you can or should include into it. I know server admins are very strange people, including me. When someone comes near to a server, it is, don't touch it, don't do anything as long as it works. And that's the way we didn't touch the installation media until now. Well, but sometimes you have to touch. But we are dependent on our own hands to make this work, I must say, because I try hard. I had a lot of hard times to produce our new virtual machine images, and that beast called, what is it, Image Factory. It was not so easy to get that up and running. And I think with the installation media, it's much more complicated. Well, then we have some upcoming projects. The first is in Fedora Server in a virtualized environment. Until now, we were too much focused on Fedora on hardware, and probably virtual machines on our own Fedora-based hardware. But nowadays, or not nowadays, since some years, there are a lot of providers which offer not only cloud in cloud system, but also offers virtual private servers or dedicated private servers, how you will name it. And at the moment, we don't have anything to offer for those. But I got a lot of questions about how to install Fedora Server on one of these offerings. So the idea is to produce adjusted install images depending on the provider's own system, and to create documentation how to do it. Anyway, I made an initial post on the mailing list, and I got a lot of response and questions and a demand to make it as fast as possible. So I think there is a field where we can gain new users, I hope so. And the other thing is server on ARM single board computers. It's a well-discussed item in the last years. Well, we had a lot of inhibitions. What should we do with such a do-it-yourself thing in a Fedora server for production, meant for production? But we started to discuss the item and to find options, to find ways how to use it in a meaningful way. So we started to discuss criteria, how to select one of the single board computers. And there's simple things as a solid case, so nothing gets good. Oh, it's me? No. Fire extinguished.
Seems like they could use the Fedora Server single alarm.
Well, we tried to determine some selection criteria, and we tried to determine some useful applications and we find maybe applications which need a 24/7 operation and are less power consumptive. So it's maybe a way to offer these services in an economical, useful way. Like backup software, backup server, or server monitor, cluster monitor software, or cockpit gateway, such things like that, which don't need much computer power, but need to have an uninterrupted operation. So it may be a useful, useful use case for these kind of combination, our valuable Fedora server with such a do-it-yourself device. In the long term, we are looking to set up an economical and energy-efficient home server, which offers a lot of services and compensating, or can use to compensate software limitations of commercial NAS, or network-attached storage, with a web interface, which limits you limits you not to be able to use a lot of capabilities which the operating system of the network-attached storage provides, but you can't access it because of the web interface, and you can't override it because the web interface overrides your overrides as soon as it starts the box again. So that's, so in short, the plannings we have discussed in our server working group. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yes, okay, we have a moderator. Good.
Yeah, just one question. I used to run Fedora Server on my email machine and where I have all my stuff. And I had the problem that every 6 months I had to well, not every, but there's a point in which the distribution goes and end of life. And it was hard to being reinstalling in a remote environment, and eventually went and installed CentOS. But my question is, do you guys have like a path of upgrading and avoiding these types of problems? Just as an example, when you upgrade OpenLDAP, the thing will not start until you do the checks of the database and all that stuff. So, do you have a path for upgrade?
Yeah, it's a standard. Usually, it's a standard upgrade path with using the DNF system upgrade option. And if you wait 2 or 3 weeks, I think we have a documentation how to set up an email server on Fedora server. So it may help you to set it up in a way it doesn't interfere with update operations.
I can speak to that one a bit too, Peter. I'm Adam Williamson, the Fedora QA team lead. I used to do the same thing, running a mail server, and I ran into a lot of the same issues probably you ran into. So there tend to be just things when you upgrade a mail server where, you know, a server thing has bumped to a new version and you need to change the config files so it won't run properly. As something is getting denied by SE Linux, that always happened. There is a potential path there, which is that, so for FreeIPA and Postgres, we actually have those are blocking for server. So we have release blocking tests for it, and we actually have automation that tests that you can deploy a FreeIPA server and upgrade it to the next version, and it will keep working as one. So in theory, if we make the new mail role release blocking, if we decided that was an important enough requirement, we could then also do the same for that, right? I only have the resources to devote to doing this work for things that are release blocking. I can't really do it for all the roles that aren't release blocking, but that would probably be the best way to improve that experience, because yeah, I do know all the things you're talking about, and it is painful, yeah. Thanks.
You mentioned you did Ansible adjustments. What did you have to do on the OS side for Ansible? I mean, what did it involve?
I'm just a coordinator. Well, we started with a model project, so to speak, to install Wildfly in a way that we can do it without an RPM, using Ansible to install it, to install the systemd infrastructure, and to maintain it. And well, the guy who was working on that project, well, it was a problem. He had to delay it for some time, but he has two issues obviously to get Wildfly up and running with certificates. There's a current Wildfly version which causes some troubles, and he has problems to select from the many Ansible scripts to support Wildfly to support the one he needs. So if you could give us some advice, some support, it would be very helpful, I think. But I'm not the person who does the work at the moment. That's the case we have. And if you look at the Fedora issue, Git in Pagu, however it is pronounced.
I think it's up to the speaker side.
We have an issue for that. It is 64, I think, or 60. I had it here. It is. No.
It's about using Ansible.
Yes.
So a long time ago, we had this thing called server roles, and this was built kind of bespoke, which let you deploy like a FreeIPA server or a database server, and it was supposed to take all the pain out of it for you. You just run one command, and you have a working database server. And this is about rebuilding that using Ansible plays instead of this bespoke thing, which we kind of have to go out a while.
Yes, it's issue number 60, also just in case.
I'll admit to not having kept up with the discussions around the Fedora Server Working Group, but can you help me understand the difference between the work that's being done by the Fedora IoT folks and the single board ARM computer work that the server group wishes to do?
Could you be a bit louder? I couldn't understand.
Oh, sorry. I heard myself through the speakers. Can you help me understand the difference between the server working group's single board ARM computer thoughts and the work done by something like Fedora IoT?
Well, we are cooperating with the ARM SIG, of course, and maybe our use case is different from IoT. Sorry. We want to assist or replace a network network attached storage world, whereas IoT aims to a different goal. I can't describe it exactly, I must say. The only thing I decided for me, it's different. And the same is true with our virtual environment project. We are not aiming at the cloud, not aiming at cloud services, but aiming at virtual virtual servers which are run independently from any administration service on your hardware instead of mine. So I think it's different. It's a different use case. Okay, and if someone has some time to spend, please join our working group. We are friendly, been busy, and good work people. So, and we need software. We need hands. If you look at our open project. Thanks.
Good afternoon. How's everyone doing on day 2 of Flock? Woo! So we're going to go ahead and get started up here on the main stage. We've got the, I should have had my notes up here. I'm trying to remember the full name of the panel, but we have the Upstream Collaboration and Cooperation in the Enterprise Linux Ecosystem. We have our 4 panelists and our moderator up here, who will, Matthew Miller, who will do some introductions in a moment.
Facilitator, that's the...
Our facilitator. I just wanted to acknowledge first, generally with Flock, we really try to prioritize the diversity, equity, and inclusion side of things, and I realize that we try to avoid the manels, but due to a number of circumstances this year with travel and the logistics, not the ideal, but something I just wanted to acknowledge and point out that it's something that we were aware of, and I hope that we can continue to bring more diversity to some of our panels that we have at Flock. But I'm really excited for the session and for what we have planned, and I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to our Fedora project leader to kick us off. Thanks, Matt.
Hi, everybody. Everybody in the room knows me. I'm Matthew. I am the Fedora project leader. For the benefit of anybody watching this for drama online, I think we're planning to not have drama, so you're going to be disappointed. Sorry. But people are walking out of the room now. Yeah. I thought I'd start a little bit by just talking about myself and why I'm here, how I got to this, because it's actually a little bit relevant. I've been the project leader for 10 years, but I've been involved in Fedora for long before that, and I got involved there by working in building something called BU Linux, which was a downstream distribution of first Red Hat Linux and then of Fedora and of CentOS for some of our server systems. So I've been a rebuilder, so I kind of have, I know what goes into this. And I also really care a lot about Fedora, and this seemed like an important conversation at the time we're at right now. This conference is a community conference. It's not a big corporate event. So this is, in some ways, a little bit of a different thing because people here on stage are kind of speaking for their projects. And normally, we are all individuals. I wanted to start with asking everybody to introduce themselves as who they are, how they got involved in open source, separate from the project that they're working on. And then a second round of, kind of what hat you're wearing on stage and what project, how you're involved in the project that you're involved with. So I guess I'll go ahead and start. Oh wait, I also want to say thank you, Neil, for proposing this as a session here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super happy that we're able to have these conversations, and this, while a little bit off, kilter, I guess, for Flock as a usual subject, I think it's an important conversation to have. So anyways, I'm Neil Hanlon. I got into open source actually with Greg, with the Foreman project, many moons ago, writing a DHCP plugin for the company I was working for and trying to open source that. And I think that's part of the process of trying to open source things in the company I was working for at the time was new to them. And it was something that I was trying to pave the way for. And eventually that led to my involvement with Rocky and eventual, being hired by CIQ to work on Rocky full time. And so that's the kind of journey I've taken in the open source world. And it's been more of a dream, more or less, to be able to do this in a full-time capacity to enable the community and also, with myself, be able to contribute back to the communities that I've benefited from for so long. No.
We're gonna do my Hi, I'm Brian Exelbeard. Thinking about open source, I first encountered open source in a role that I had as a developer, and the idea that I could get access to everything in that operating system and extend it was new to me. I wound up writing some drivers for PAM. That's what it was, PAM. Long story short, I extended PAM. Y'all don't want to know the story. At the time, my management was opposed to us releasing this code because they thought that somehow this would mystically cause all of the competition to be better, which was not true because this was a terrible idea. But that being said, after that I wandered for a while in the desert of academia and wound up at Red Hat. And while at Red Hat, I got to work on documentation in the Fedora project. I got to work in contributions around calendaring and some other stuff that Red Hat was doing in the CentOS project, and then became the FCAKE, as I mentioned yesterday. And after that, wound up in the RHEL business unit, which is why I'm here on behalf of RHEL. And I'm, like Neil, I'm grateful that you proposed this. I'm actually really excited by this, and even though it's a little quirky, I hope this sets the basis for something we can do more regularly. I've been excited about the co-location of CentOS Connect here, and I think this is pretty awesome.
Hi, I'm Davide Cavalca. I started using Linux in like '98 or something. I think my first like significant foray in open source was I started using it and contributing it and eventually helping maintain a small embedded Linux distribution for media center systems. Like back then where you'd like have a 6 megabyte ISO you'd burn alongside your movie to watch movies called Geekspos. That doesn't really exist anymore. And then I was fortunate enough, I kind of was able to spend most of my career working on open source and around the open source space. So I used to do small business consulting back when I lived in Italy, and like setting up mail servers, those kind of things. And then these days I work in Meta on a Linux user space team, where one of the things I get to do is engage with upstream projects and upstream communities to try and like take the work we do internally at Meta and bring it alongside the world and there. And that's also what eventually brought me to working closely with Fedora, with CentOS, with all of these communities.
Hey, my name is Jonathan Wright. I got into Linux early 2000s. My dad had a box set of Red Hat 9, and I believe it was SUSE 7. And I wanted to host websites and TeamSpeak servers for some video games I played. So that's how I got my start in it. And then, you know, from there, it just continued on. I got into CentOS probably 2005, 2006-ish. I've been in web hosting for about 15 years now, and being in web hosting, it made it a pretty natural fit to get involved with Alma Linux as it started up, because, you know, web hosting is very heavily, or has been traditionally very heavily reliant on CentOS. So I got involved with Alma Linux, and that was my first opportunity to kind of contribute back to open source. From there, I met Carl George at Open Source Summit a couple years ago, and he encouraged me to become a packager and later sponsored me. So I got into that, working on EPEL, and then naturally ended up on the Fedora side, and yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so now let's do the what hat are you wearing here today thing a little bit. So what, talk about your role in your project and how you're representing the project here today, just very briefly.
I'm not wearing a hat.
No hats.
Okay. I will be representing Rocky Linux today. I'm the infrastructure team lead. I head up all of our operations basically for building and running and releasing Rocky on wherever it is.
I'm representing RHEL today. I just didn't get the memo about shirts, and I only packed one Red Hat shirt for this trip, and I wore it yesterday, and it's not clean, so I spared you all by wearing a better shirt. And I am on the stage today because I am a technical business strategist in the Red Hat Enterprise Linux business unit, and my area of focus includes our upstream communities.
I represent the CentOS project. I serve on the board of directors for CentOS as of a year and change. With Amy, who's somewhere there, and Sean, who's the community architect, and other folks, of course. I also co-founded the CentOS Hyperscale SIG within CentOS, and generally contribute to the project where I can.
I'm representing Alma Linux. I'm, like Neil, the infrastructure lead, so mirrors, internet presence, stuff like that. Pretty good fit for web hosting.
Okay, cool. So, my days are, it was yesterday. Brian Bex gave a speech, gave a talk, not a speech, not a weird, a talk, it's what does Red Hat want, which is a traditional talk we've had at Flock for a while. And so people who might not be familiar with Fedora and Flock might think, oh yeah, Red Hat's a big sponsor, of course they get a sponsored talk. That's actually not where this talk comes from. This is something that, so Fedora has been sponsored by Red Hat since the beginning, and sometimes communications between people in the community outside Red Hat and Red Hat the company, and people actually working on Fedora inside Red Hat and Red Hat's like business wants and whatever have been really confusing and unclear. So this is actually an invited talk. The Fedora community together asked Red Hat, hey, could you just kind of tell us what you want instead of doing weird hints? There's a thing inside Red Hat where the business unit complained about how they always get pizza that they didn't order. And from a Fedora perspective, it's kind of like, so there's these weird people in suits like outside our pizza shop, and they look kind of hungry, and they're sniffing around, and like, I guess so, you know, we sometimes feel sorry for them and give them some pizza, and then they complain about it. So instead of that, we thought, why don't you come tell us what you want from the community? So that's kind of the origin of that talk. Having had that, though, that seemed like it'd be in good spirit to ask all the other projects, you know, what does your project want? So this is very much with the hat of your project on, like, what are you trying to do? What are you looking for? And I want to kind of maybe do 2 rounds, because one is kind of like a general, like, here's what the project is all about. And then I want to talk more about Fedora in specific and kind of a second round of things.
I think that for that, it's sort of 2 pieces, and one side of it is what the Rocky Linux community and our users are wanting and or expecting of us, and also what we want as a project of, you know, the Rocky Enterprise Software Foundation, which has the Rocky Linux project underneath it, which has a board. And we ultimately are set up to act with the best interest of our community. So what we've heard from our community is that they are still wanting what CentOS was and what Rocky Linux and Alma Linux are, you know, CentOS, a downstream rebuild, basically, of Red Hat that can be used for free. What we want as a team, a group, a board, is to collaborate with all of our upstreams, CentOS Stream, Fedora, etc., and the broader enterprise Linux community, which involves more than just the Red Hat derivatives, but SUSE and everything else that comes in that vein. I mean, Troy Dawson in the Apple State of Apple yesterday was talking about all of these weird Linux distributions that end up showing up in mirror stats and such, that may or may not be real things, or may or may not be real at all. So I think from that perspective, we very much want to collaborate and figure out what the future looks like and not try to define it by ourselves, because that's not what our project is about. It's founded in a way, right, to not be beholden to any corporation, and we're still, as an organization, figuring out what that means, and we obviously can't do that in a bubble either. So we want to collaborate for not only the good of our project, but for the good of all of the projects that have been spawned in the past few years, or even before that.
I want to also point out that Troy Dawson not only works on Apple, but also made this amazing shirt that I'm wearing here. So that's... And you cannot get the Fedora logo one on Etsy, but you can get the a bunch of other ones there. So let's go plug his store. That's great. Bex, you want to do an abbreviated version, or do you just
I would
pass,
say we want a double pepperoni pizza, and we want you to remember we haven't worn a suit in basically 8 years. No, I won't repeat my whole talk from yesterday. Well, the way I would summarize it is our ultimate goal is vibrant communities that are advancing open source, that are a place where we can meet everyone and contribute and collaborate together. Our upstream first philosophy is one where everybody benefits if we all go as far upstream as we can with these collaborations, and I think that, you know, this stage represents an opportunity for us to continue that collaboration.
I think for CentOS, the main thing that we want and we think would be important to develop is a community where people can feel comfortable contributing and advancing the state of the project and the ecosystem as they see fit within the boundaries that are available. I think for CentOS specifically, there are various entry points that one can use to that end, like there's CentOS Stream proper, but there's also the SIGs, and I think the SIGs are a great example of a space where if people have a specific niche that they would like to focus on, there's a specific thing that isn't currently well addressed by the project, by the ecosystem, where they can work on, develop that, and then use that as kind of a launching pad to see if their idea is viable, see how that can work out, develop it, deploy it, see if there's interest, and see if their customers in the broader sense, not necessarily paying customers, but people that have an interest and want to contribute. But not just be users, but also be contributors and be able to work on it together. I think that by far that's the main thing we would like to see in this environment.
So the mission of Alma Linux is the same now as it was when we originally started, that the users that came to Alma Linux want a downstream rebuild of Red Hat. They want RHEL-like features, but what's been changing over the past month is how is the value to the entire ecosystem defined? And I'm sure we'll get into it more later in the talk, but we're shifting a little bit with the community as we announced a few weeks ago, and I look forward to, at first it's easy to get hung up in negativity and only looking at the downsides of things, but as we've had time to think about it more, we're very excited for the future of how we can collaborate and contribute upstream in different ways that add diversified value to the whole ecosystem.
Cool, thank you everyone. Yeah, so part of the Fedora mission, which I cannot say word for word offhand, which is terrible, but is to make a platform that others can build on to do cool things for their own users. So we want to make nice things within the Fedora project, solutions for our own users and for ourselves, things we care about. We also want to make something that can be built on. That's one of the things with the Asahi Linux announcement yesterday. We want to be a great place where people can come and do really interesting projects like that. And downstreams, both RHEL and everybody else here, like this is part of what Fedora, we're here for that, really. So I guess this is kind of a two-part question of, what can Fedora do for you? And, conversely, what can you do for Fedora? In addition to your generous donations to this conference, obviously. Thank you.
So for what Fedora can do for us, you've already done a lot of it. We've built Rocky and used a lot of the open source code and infrastructure as code and standard operating procedures and a lot of the really great stuff from Fedora. There's much great stuff in Fedora. So we've used a lot of that and taken it and modified it slightly for our purposes, but not in a way that, I don't want to say requires, but facilitates upstream collaboration for that. But we want to continue building off of that with the tooling and everything that we build upon, because there is such a great history and tight integration with all of the Fedora tooling. And even more than that, a community of developers that already know all of the Fedora tooling, and specifically for packaging and such. But we also, as a organization, for our special interest groups where we're trying to add our own diversified whatever on top of Rocky, we always encourage and have from the beginning collaboration with upstream special interest groups and parties. Our wiki has said, I think on our main page there for how you can get started with Rocky, it's pretty much from writing that page, we were like, if you want to collaborate with the overall Enterprise Linux ecosystem, you can also just go and collaborate with the Enterprise Linux ecosystem in CentOS Stream and Apple and the existing places there. So as for what we can do for Fedora and what we plan to and are doing for Fedora is, I personally have been involved with Apple and Fedora for the past few months now. Similar kind of story from Jonathan, getting some mentorship from people like Carl and some other folks. And I'm aiming and working to bring more of the Rocky Linux community into that ecosystem and help collaborate and build those relationships with the packagers and all of the different things that we're trying to do.
I don't mean to repeat you, Neil, but it was a great answer. But yeah, Fedora is actually doing a lot of what we need. You have sat at that intersection, as I was talking about yesterday, between integration and innovation, and I am grateful for the way that you push things forward in that space. Candidly, this is partly me, but I really like it when Fedora pushes back on Red Hat a bit. I love the fact that Btrfs is in parts of the Fedora editions. This is good. We want to see that kind of stuff proven out. We want to see that demand shown to us. And sometimes we just literally need to see it in front of our faces. And I want to continue to encourage that.
That's where systemd came from. Like,
Yeah.
everybody's like, Red Hat's forcing systemd on us, conspiracy theory.
It was Fedora forced it on Red Hat. Which is great. Like, that's how this is supposed to work. And you've been a great home for ELN, where we do the next major release of Rails development. And, you know, I'd love to see more like that kind of collaboration. Obviously, we provide a lot of sponsorship to the project. Lots of this event, candidly, and other things. And I don't see any of that changing and going away in a direct sense. We're certainly going to shift around how we do it at times based on what's going on in the universe. But yeah, you're doing it. Keep on doing amazing things. And maybe one last echo point, continue to fill that white space. Like, maybe that's the place that I should mention this. I had the privilege of sitting in on the Fedora Server conversation with Peter Boy earlier, and he mentioned the server group's desire to work on single board ARM NAS devices. That's not a Red Hat objective, but that's really cool, and I want to see that come to fruition.
I'm also happy that Btrfs is in Fedora. But kidding aside, Fedora is the ultimate downstream for everybody on this stage. And the thing that I think is important to stress is that when people are looking at where to contribute, it can be difficult sometimes to figure out at what level you want to contribute and at what stage and what you're interested in. And contributing at the level of Fedora versus at the level of CentOS versus at the level of, well, contributing to RHEL, meaning like filing bugs to RHEL, unless you're a customer, or contributing to Rocky or Alma. They're all different layers of kind of the same cake here. And like, that's something that I have personally been struggling with, like communicating to people and making sure people understand where they want to sit here. And that is something where I think we could all do probably a better job in making it clear how this works. Because generally speaking, if what you are really interested in shaping the future of the ecosystem and distribution, I would say the work you want to do is in Fedora. Like Fedora is where the leading edge is where this work happens, is where all the new technologies get integrated first. That is by far where you want to be. If what you're interested is in working on things that you want to see land in the next minor release of RHEL or in Stream, you probably want to work in Stream. If what you want to see is working at the level of the rebuilds of the other RHEL projects, that's probably where you want to work. And I think figuring out where to sit there is something that is important. But yeah, Fedora has been absolutely fantastic. And I think when you look at things like EPEL provide tremendous value for the entire ecosystem. You're trying to say something.
This panel is great. I would like to have another round of people saying nice things about Fedora after this one. That's what I'm...
Yeah, I mean, I'm serious. I personally think, generally speaking, where you're setting up a system with any of our distributions on this stage, there are very few instances where it makes sense to use it without EPEL enabled. And that is something that provides tremendous value, both in the immediate and in the potential, in that it makes it possible to get any package that is in Fedora now potentially available for the wider enterprise ecosystem if the need arises. So that's a great example. And ELN that you mentioned is another great example of something that in the past used to be nebulous and invisible, which was how does the new RHEL major release appear from the ether? That now it's a thing where you can actually sit on a meeting on IRC every Friday and discuss how this is working and look at it and get your packages in a workload so you can get notified when they break and actually fix them ahead of time. Like, all of this is fantastic.
I think you took all my talking points.
Sorry.
No, I was going to lead with EPEL. I mean, it's, especially over the years as Red Hat has gotten more behind it officially, it's a huge resource to anybody running anything in the EL ecosystem. And I mean, that's largely in part thanks to Fedora contributors who otherwise don't have a direct hand in the development of EL. And prior to CentOS Stream, changing and becoming a little bit more open to contributions getting into the EL product sooner, EPEL was the best way for the community to contribute. And in turn, I feel like the most valuable ways that rebuilds can contribute back is to contribute to EPEL.
Full disclosure, Mike McGrath is my boss's boss. But he's also a longtime Fedora contributor and actually is the primary person, or at least one of the main people who started the Apple project back a long time ago. So we have, I know Mike's been the villain of the open source internet for a little while, so let's give him some credit as well for really starting that project. And actually, this was actually another thing that Red Hat was like, I don't think you should do that. And Fedora did it anyways, and look how it's been a lot of benefit to everybody here, obviously. For people who don't know, RHEL and the downstream distributions are generally much smaller than the package set in Fedora Linux, which is in the tens of thousands of some amount. But it turns out that, when you want to commercially support a bunch of software, that amount it's pretty untenable to do a really good job across all of that. So it's a more restricted set. But all of that software is actually useful. That's why someone put it into Fedora in the first place. So Apple is rebuilds of that Fedora software against Enterprise Linux base so that it can be used in a much wider audience. And in fact, if you, some of my previous charts and graphs talks, I haven't done it this time, but the number of systems running Apple is an order of magnitude higher than those running Fedora Linux. But it isn't all a numbers game, but it's also one of the things where people working on things in Fedora have a really big impact beyond just the things they care about in Fedora Linux itself, which is, sorry, I'm speechifying a little bit, but I think it's, and it fits into all this. And since everybody mentioned it, it seems fair. So those are all the questions that I had. I guess, do people in the audience here have questions? And is somebody else a mic runner, or am I the mic runner here? Awesome. Oh, there's one back there, actually. Cool.
Oh, okay. I propose that we make Jonathan go first because he's been sitting in.
Yeah, that's fair. Anyone have questions specifically for Jonathan?
Let's do it.
Was there a question? No questions at all. Everything is settled. Mic drop.
It looks like we might have one.
Yeah.
They don't have to just be for Jonathan.
Yeah, that's true. That was
And they can be about pizza.
Hi, I'm Shaza. I'm an intern at Red Hat, and I work in the Streams project. I'm new to the open source contribution and projects and all of this, so I just have a quick question about if I would like to contribute to any of these projects after my internship as a student. I'm a computer science student, by the way. Would there be any level of difficulty in between these, I'd say 4 projects or 5 projects, or all the projects that we listened to throughout these 2 days, in your opinion? So more like, I'd say beginner stage that I can start from. Is there any of these projects that is, easier than the other, or are they all in the same level?
I'm going to let someone else answer that and hope they all say Fedora.
I was going to say Fedora docs, so I think I'll go first, I guess. But all the projects have varying degrees of where you can enter into them based on your commitment level, your experience level, and I think the most powerful thing about all of the communities being, facilitated or part of or adjacent to them, watching them go on, they're all very, very inclusive and welcoming to new people, whatever that level is, and none of them push you away or anything like that. So I would say something like low. There are parts of the projects that don't get a lot of attention, like documentation, that can be tremendously valuable to participate in. And there's tons of other ones besides documentation. I just can't think of them right now.
I was just going to very upfront say, I think your best bet is to consider starting in either the Fedora project or the CentOS project, primarily because RHEL is developed in CentOS Stream and then major releases in Fedora, and directly contributing code to the RHEL product is basically impossible without the internship that you already have right now. But on the other hand, these projects are the entry points for that, and I like the way that you expanded the envelope of contribution there. Like, contribution is a lot of things, and so I think it really comes back to what are you looking to contribute to. As a computer science student, I could see you wanting to take a specific subsystem apart because it has some area of interest that you have. And that may actually be better in CentOS Stream because it's a more slowly moving code base where you could look at very specific kinds of tweaks and changes and then get advice from the existing contributors and engineers in that project of where upstream that really needs to be socialized, because it may not be directly appropriate, but it's actually a great entry point for direction. On the other hand, you may also be interested in some new language stack that's being used, and bringing that into the Fedora project is going to also bring it into the Apple project, which is going to get it wide range of impact and visibility. And of course, like, to give you a small assist there, there's also like art and other design, and I will tell you right now, I think all of the projects would really love some help with promotion and those kinds of things. But those may or may not be your interest, and you shouldn't feel pushed to them.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I was going to add to that just a little bit. From a technical standpoint, if you want to get involved, you got to think Fedora has been doing this with community involvement for over 20 years now. The documentation is, almost unmatched. So to get in from a packaging standpoint, for example, Fedora is absolutely the place to start. Recently, I sent some of my first merge requests into CentOS Stream, and while the documentation there is lacking a bit, I was able to do that with a little bit of outside help from some friends, but the process is so similar to Fedora because that's where it all starts. So if you want to contribute packages as be a packager or something like that, absolutely start in Fedora because everything is really structured around how Fedora has been doing it for so long anyway.
My personal recommendation is to focus on something you find personally interesting that you would like to see in the distribution. And then, I think I agree that Fedora probably has the widest breadth of well-developed opportunities for newcomers. Fedora also has things like the join sig that is explicitly designed to help newcomers get started on the project, I believe we still have a thing that get paired with a mentor or like something like that. That's definitely helpful for people new to the project, new to the space, new to the environment. A lot of distributions, like definitely distributions here, but distributions in general, in addition to the code itself, there's a lot of process around things. And there's a lot of ways that people do things within this space where people have strong opinions on the way to do things. And I think it's always fantastic when there's newcomers that point out, no, this is stupid. There are much better ways to do this. We should think about it. And I'm very much relish when that happens.
No, this is stupid isn't necessarily the best way to introduce yourself, but
yes, I agree. Yes,
it's a fairly common one, and some of the people who started out that way, actually come around and become valuable parts of the community, and then later have somebody tell them that what they're doing is stupid in a nice virtuous cycle. But yeah, like finding something that is frustrating and you think it ought to be better is actually a really good place to start because you know what your pain is, and getting rid of it is, satisfying, I guess.
Yep.
David.
I'll wait for the microphone.
Yeah.
Wait,
Right.
okay. Sorry, I'm really short, so I can't see.
Sorry.
Okay, so
that's a great tone to start with.
I want to accept Fedora and RHEL from this. I'm familiar with those products. I have a personal server that used to run CentOS. I like to run an EL distribution on it, but I don't want to deal with RHEL on this personal server because it doesn't matter. Why would I choose Alma, CentOS Stream, or Rocky? Or how do you differ from each other, and which one would make the best choice for that? Nice. You're welcome.
There's the fighting. Let's go.
Thank you, Jamie.
You're welcome.
Well, CentOS Stream's always broken. It depends. I hate it, but it's the answer in everything. It's when I was doing network engineering, it's the answer there, it's the answer in computer science. It's ultimately, at this point, CentOS Stream is just as fine as anything else to deploy. it really ends up just being a matter of preference, I think, right? And if you exclude rel, like let's say rel for some reason somehow didn't exist and source RPMs just appear out of the ether. I think it's really just a toss-up of like what name you like or what community you like. And I think the silver lining of this entire situation that's been going over the past month or so is that the enterprise Linux community as a whole has been brought together, like forcibly smushed maybe, but it's a silver lining that I'm personally really grateful for, because it's enabled us to have conversations between projects like Rocky and Alma and SUSE and CentOS Stream and all of these different projects that are part of the enterprise Linux space. The EL community IRC channel has grown massively, and there's conversations, good and bad, that happen there. But ultimately, I think it's a net benefit for the overall community, and that's why we're all sitting on the stage right now.
I would say from the point of view of Stream, so full disclosure, I run Stream at home on the router in my home, which is just a Linux box, and it's fine. I would say running Stream is roughly comparable to, if you're used to running CentOS Linux, is running CentOS Linux with the proposed updates or candidate updates repo enabled. With the difference that on Stream, all the updates that go out go through the gating and the testing they go through. So assuming the gating and the testing on the rel side is set up properly, they should be higher quality when they go out. I would say Stream gives you slightly faster updates because you don't have to wait for things to go to point releases, and it means you don't have to deal with point releases, which is something I personally like a lot because I don't care about point releases. On the other hand, if you were running software that is specifically tested against the rel 9.1 or whatever, and you want to be sure you're running, well, if you're running software that needs to be certified, you should probably be running rel. But if you're running software that, for whatever reason, you don't care about running rel, and you still want to be pinned to a specific point release, then I would recommend not running Stream, but running one of the rebuilds or running rel. The other thing I would say is with Stream, you probably have a slightly faster cycle if you want to get changes that you eventually want to get into rel as well. Because if you contribute to Stream directly, that's where the development for rel happens, so that's where the changes will eventually go into for rel as well. And again, assuming the process works the way it's supposed to, it is reasonably quick. Like the thing with Stream is that every package has different maintainers, like in Fedora. So the response you will get depends on what the maintainer does, what the priorities are, and all of that. So whenever, I do this quite a lot, because for my day job, I end up doing quite a bit of like bug reports and contributions to Stream. So you'll have cases where you point out, hey, this package should really be rebased, and it gets rebased within a week. And you have cases where you need to have a conversation and a bit more of justification why you care about that.
Just a little bit further, you said you want to run an enterprise distribution, enterprise Linux distribution. My question back to you would be, how do you define what enterprise Linux is?
I can answer that. Yeah, I realized I was thinking about that while you were talking. So to me, for a personal server, I want to run an EL distribution because I want the slow-moving pace of the system. I don't want it to change out from under me. I want it to run the web server, whatever I'm running on it. I don't want to have to change it at the rate we change things in Fedora. So basically, I want to avoid home IT day like twice a month. Seriously, and that's my definition of it for a personal server. Not for my laptop.
I want to sneak in another possibility, which is you can run Fedora CoreOS on that and not worry about it and have your workloads in a container running one of these, running UBI, which is rel-based, or magically turns into rel if you buy a license. I think that's the way it works.
Right, yeah, no, I know that's an option, yeah. But I'm trying to pick between these three.
I'm just throwing out another one. You have 4 choices, sorry.
Yeah. So far, we've had Rocky Linux recommend CentOS Stream, and we've had CentOS Stream recommend CentOS Stream. So what does Alma recommend?
Alma Linux?
Oh, okay.
No, you haven't said anything that rules out anybody up here.
Okay.
So the things to start looking at then is going to be support lifespan. Do you need, I mean, I don't guess you need support. You know, you're doing it at home, you're messing with it yourself.
I'm on the supply side of bugs.
So, you know, which community you like the best? Which community do you like the best?
David said he is on the supply side of bugs. I just wanted to
Yes.
call that out.
Pick a community, get involved, go with it.
Okay, thank you.
It is also fairly trivial to build your own Core OS-like spin with whatever distribution you want, or mix them all together.
Yeah, and if you package for Apple by chance, you can use any of the distributions to build your Apple packages against using the Fed package utility, and they should all work.
I will say, to add on to David's point, there is movement in CentOS Stream, and stuff happens. Like, there is breakages that occur. They don't happen all the time, but it's also a very different situation than it was 3 years ago, when if something was broken when it came out in RHEL, you couldn't do anything about it except open a bug. Now if there's something broken, there's recourse and there's gating and there's policy so that you as a consumer of that package can also go and contribute directly to help make those tests better in some way to prevent that from happening in the future, which I know was a frustration of me as a consumer of CentOS in the past, just because of inheriting bugs downstream, right? And the ability to look into that and kind of help contribute is new and fascinating.
Yeah, I would say depending on what your level of, the kind of SLA you expect to have for your home server, I would probably not put a cron job that runs the NF update every 6 hours on any of these systems, but on stream in particular, I probably wouldn't do that, just because sometimes updates would go out not necessarily in exactly the right order, so you might notice some breakage if you run it at exactly the wrong time. That said, so the way I mitigate this at work, for what it's worth, is that we just take snapshots of the repos every week or every so often, and then we roll out this snapshot of the repo as a unit. So that's one way to mitigate that. I don't think this is a concern for a home deployment, to be honest, and I don't think I've ever hit this at home, and at home I just ran the NF update at random whenever I remember to associate it to the machine. So it's definitely not an ideal, well-managed scenario.
Yeah, I definitely agree. You need to be running DNF a lot on a lot of different systems to be able to see the signal of possible breakages that occur, because they don't happen that often. You see them in CI more than you see them anywhere else, I think.
Or maybe in your deployment of systems, you have enough to see if things break.
Maybe. Well, sure. Yeah. The other thing is Stream doesn't have body, so it's not like in Fedora where you can look at body and you can group updates in bodies. It's designed in a very different way from that point of view, and it has benefit and it has drawbacks in that regard. So if your expectation is something like Fedora, it definitely works a bit differently there.
You had something? Oh.
I was only going to pitch Fedora IoT at you because I use it personally, and then you took it off the table. Yeah. And then I was going to admit that I lied a little yesterday because it turns out I run another OS called HASOS because I run a home assistant server, and I was going to tell you that you really need to think about your use case because, like, while I love all these folks up here, these may not be the OSs you need. And then I was reminded of the fact that you're on the supply side of bugs, and like David, you don't write, you don't call, you won't run RHEL, yet you work for us. Where do these bugs come from, sir?
Actually, there's another thing that I want to bring up because I think it's not obvious, but it's a defining difference in that if you have any of these systems, generally speaking, updates between major releases can be tricky. Or at least aren't necessarily officially well supported. That doesn't mean they don't work, and you can generally make it work. In a home case, this may not be a problem. On the other hand, if you use Fedora, generally speaking, if you use like Fedora Server, you can do system upgrade from release to another easily. The downside, or the flip side, shall we say, is that Fedora releases a lot more often. You may not necessarily like forklift upgrade your whole system every time Fedora releases. Also, in the shorter window, Fedora releases way more often, since like there's kernel updates a lot more often. You may not want to reboot your server to get a kernel update whenever there's a kernel update there. So that's another consideration to keep in mind.
One more thing I think is a little bit unique to Alma up here is a couple of weeks ago we haven't changed directions, but we've changed our contribution path to where sometimes we can do builds of our own, do bug fixes of our own, and release those that aren't necessarily a direct clone of what RHEL is. So with RHEL, you're getting RHEL. With and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Neil. With Rocky, you're getting a one-to-one sorry if that's the wrong terminology, you're getting a clone of RHEL, and with
Yep.
CentOS Stream, you're getting what's coming up next. I'm really excited to see with the changes that we are making in Alma how we might can differentiate in the future, what extra we might could bring to the table, and that might be of value to you, depending on the direction that basically our community takes it and where people choose to contribute and where that goes.
And just quick.
Yeah, we've got a queue of questions here too.
Sorry. Yeah, so I'm a bit of an enterprise Linux noob, so apologies for any ignorance in this question. But and it's a two-part question. So the first part is for everyone up on stage. What would you say is your major differentiating factor that you're providing with your distribution? And my second question is, we have many sort of very similar distributions up on stage. Do we ever feel like we're kind of over-differentiating from each other by creating these separate distributions? I'm curious about your thoughts in a kind and respectful way. Thank you.
Oh, shucks. So I think that, as Jonathan was saying, our Rocky's differentiator right now is that we are continuing to do what we promised to do for our community in terms of rebuilding one-to-one with Red Hat. I will add on that we recently proposed a fast-track SIG, kind of a callback to the CentOS fast-track SIG, where we're looking to be able to bring in more contributors and also collaborate more with the enterprise Linux community, like with Alma Linux and the patches that they're planning on adding, to be able to bring those as well as other bug fixes and packages that our community finds helpful into the operating system as an optional thing to bring on. But at its core, we'll always stay that kind of one-to-one for the promises that we've made to our community. In terms of the over-diversification, I guess, yes, and I think that's why we're sitting at this panel right now to begin, figuring out what that all means for the future.
With RHEL, we have built very carefully an ecosystem of vendors and partners where we try to provide an OS platform for them to help our shared customers execute workloads in a safe and reliable way with certifications and all of the things that those kinds of RHEL-spaced holes exist to fill. And so that's a significant differentiator for us from, say, Fedora Linux or CentOS Stream. Alma is going with a mixed approach, as I understand it, and our friends at Rocky are going to attempt to copy us. And that's fair. I think that's a reasonable statement. It is not meant as a slight. The thing that I think is interesting in your over-differentiation question is this, and I think that everyone in this room needs to acknowledge it. At its core, all of our operating systems, including folks who aren't on stage, our friends at Canonical, our friends at Oracle, our friends at SUSE, they're all the same thing. They're all made from the same upstream components. You can sit down and do basically all of the same stuff on all of them. Sure, some of the commands are different, DNF versus APT. I know which one I like to type, but sure, whatever. Some of the files are in different locations, but they are at the core of that. And I really appreciate you bringing out this differentiation point, because it also calls back to David's question around that of, you have a specific need, and one of us needs to fill that. And so like I said yesterday, I'm really excited about the white space in Enterprise Linux being filled by other projects and other people, because not every problem is a RHEL-shaped problem.
I would say on the CentOS side, there's a few sides to this. On one hand is what I mentioned earlier, that because Stream is a continuously delivered distribution, you effectively only have a continuous stream of updates. You don't have to pick minor releases or think about that at all. And that has its benefit and has its drawbacks. So it's something to consider. The other thing is that CentOS isn't just Stream, but it is the ecosystem of the SIGs. So if there is something that you want to do that fits into what one of the SIGs is trying to do, that can be very useful, that can be very beneficial for what you're trying to do. And conversely, if there is something you would like to do in the project that isn't there yet, starting a SIG and running support around it could be a valuable way to go ahead. On the differentiation point, I would say I don't think differentiations per se is a problem. I think where it can become a problem is if we end up with silos that don't communicate to each other. And I think the fact that we're all sitting here is a good sign that that isn't happening right now. But what I would personally like to see is a way for all of us here to contribute back to the same pot, which ultimately is Fedora at the end of the day, but in a way that we can all benefit, and that if there are specific issues that one of our projects is solving and addressing that isn't well addressed by the others, we can figure out what is the root cause there together and get it addressed where it makes sense. And where it makes sense might be in Fedora, it might be in CentOS, it might be a process around how these distributions are composed together. It might be something that has to be rethought on the RHEL side. But I think that is something where the most value can come out of the differentiation around the players on the stage and outside of the stage.
I wouldn't say that, what was the term you used for, all of us? Yeah, I wouldn't say that over differentiation is bad. As long as everybody at the table is bringing their own value, that's kind of the beauty of open source. When you have projects that don't agree on every tiny little thing, you end up with two projects. And going back to what David said, those different projects meet different needs. So it brings more to the table overall, because in the end, that all goes back upstream. And if somebody, wants a combination of both of those, they can go take that and, run with it as well. So it adds more building blocks for everybody to build with.
Great. So I just want to let you know, people have been raising their hands. So I've got Justin here, I've got the gentleman beside David there, and I've got you next, all right?
Maybe we could skip this because I feel like it was kind of covered, and it came up when you were talking about the contributor pathway with Alma, so this might just be for Jonathan, but I was just curious what you think about not having to be one-to-one bug-for-bug compatible with RHEL anymore. I guess you did kind of just answer that, but I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that. I was just curious what that looks like for Alma, and or if there's anything else you wanted to add to what you pretty much just said.
Was that an online question? Or is that from you? Okay, I'm beyond excited because it allows us to do things that we previously couldn't even entertain. Everything from Btrfs support in a kernel to putting RAID card modules back in the kernel, and everything in between are things that have been mentioned. And prior to now, it was things that we would simply have to dismiss and say, well, RHEL's not doing that, and we couldn't, that was what we were doing. We were following RHEL. Now that's things that we can entertain and talk to the community and say, hey, are these things that you want? Do you want to help contribute them, and kind of see where it goes from there? And going back to earlier, some of the value that Fedora provides to us, this is all new. This whole path has happened within the past, 6-8 weeks. So one of the things that we're strongly looking towards is how Fedora handles, making decisions and changes within the operating system. And the way that Fedora has it all set up is wonderful. So we're able to look at Fedora and take a lot of the ideas and turn that into something positive, as a differentiation for Alma that can meet different needs.
So my question is kind of in the same vein, because if I want to contribute to CentOS Stream, I contribute to CentOS Stream. If I want to contribute to change something in RHEL, I contribute to CentOS Stream. But what happens if I want to change something in Rocky or in Alma? Where do I go?
I guess I'll go first. If you want to, I'll let Neil cover Rocky. I don't want to speak for him. If you want to change something in Alma, it could go either way. We're still using CentOS Stream as our primary upstream. So anything that does get in Stream, you will see in Alma Linux. But we can do things in addition to that. So it could be something, say you contribute it to Stream or talk to the maintainer of a package in Stream or want to add another package. And there might not be a pathway to do that in Stream and subsequently RHEL. That's something that we can still look at doing. And that's kind of the difference that we can take with the RHEL compatibility but not RHEL clone model.
Basically same thing for Rocky. Outside of having the core, what you get when you install Rocky and update your system every time being what you get from RHEL, we're adding, improving and facilitating collaboration in our SIGs with the upstreams as well as just internally to help folks that are using Rocky to add, to change what they want to and add the value to Rocky in that way without having to necessarily go through the process of contributing in different upstreams. I can speak for myself that getting involved in the Fedora and CentOS stream communities and collaborating in those, personally, from my background and coming from the Rocky side, wasn't a super angst-free experience for me, and I know that that's also true for other contributors from Rocky and from Alma and other distributions who may feel disenfranchised in some way, and I think that's something that Rocky and Alma and CentOS Stream and everything else can help to build back and bring those people back into the fold, into the ecosystem.
I would disagree with your comment about feeling disenfranchised. I feel like when I wanted to get involved with Fedora, I was welcomed with open arms.
Yeah, no, let me rephrase. I was definitely welcomed into both communities with open arms. I just felt personally, from where I was coming from, that there was resentment or something coming from that side, which may or may not have been there and probably wasn't, right? But I know that that's not an uncommon theme for folks that are coming from that background, coming from the maybe more emotional side, right? And I think as humans, we are all very emotional. It can be hard for them to feel accepted into those communities, even when those communities are literally saying, we're welcoming you.
Okay, I see.
The thing I would stress again on the stream side specifically is because stream is what's used to effectively develop RHEL, there's going to be a set of changes that aren't going to be acceptable for stream, but that doesn't mean there isn't space for those changes in the project. So the example is, for example, one of the things we do in the CentOS Hyperscale SIG is maintain the latest version of systemd as something that can be used on CentOS Stream. And that's something that obviously wouldn't be acceptable for stream proper or for RHEL, because they're not necessarily going to rebase systemd every time there's a release of systemd, although they have rebased systemd a few times now in the 9 cycle, which I was personally very pleasantly surprised. So that's an example of something that can be developed within the ecosystem, and it's also something that then is available to other projects in the area that want to leverage it if they so desire.
Thank you. So my question mainly for Red Hat and CentOS Stream at this point, regarding the contribution model between Red Hat and CentOS Stream. For example, if Red Hat now finds a bug in a code that they are pushing upstream, what will happen if the developer upstream didn't want to accept that code? Would it still be available on RHEL or not? And what will happen in few months' time when CentOS 8 Stream goes end of life and Red Hat still continues with RHEL Hat 8? There is no way to push upstream unless you will backport the patches from RHEL 8 to CentOS Stream 9, as far as I understand. So if somebody can shed some light on this.
Sorry, if I can ask a clarifying question, because you said upstream multiple times, and it's a loaded word.
Yeah, I mean CentOS Stream.
Do you mean upstream as CentOS Stream or upstream as the upstream project?
No,
that
as
the
CentOS Stream.
Okay, perfect.
As CentOS Stream.
Thank you.
You want me to start? Please. If I understood the question correctly, and please correct me here if I wander off course. Now I'm a little worried with this clarification.
I don't think
that
I
didn't get
understood
it.
the
But let me try.
question.
Let me give it a college try.
I can split it like 2 parts if it.
Yeah, split it into 2 parts for me.
So at the moment, how Red Hat is contributing CentOS Stream? Are bugs fixed in CentOS Stream first and then merge it back to RHEL, or RHEL fixes the bug and then submit it to and release it to their customers and subscription and developers and then push the patch to CentOS Stream? This is part 1.
So if you look around the room carefully while I'm answering this, you will see the people that you want to talk in the hallway because they're all about to blanch. But as someone who does not regularly push MRs through either process, I'm going to give this the college try. The general process for almost everything that Red Hat does in RHEL, except for RHEL 7, because there is no CentOS Stream 7, is to do that work in CentOS Stream. That work goes through an MR process, it is discussed, and it is merged. Period. There are some exceptions, and the primary case for those exceptions is like an embargoed CVE, where that work cannot be done publicly. And in that case, we must do it to the side, we then ship it to our customers in RHEL, and then we put it into CentOS Stream. There is no artificial delay in this process, And my understanding is that depending on the engineering team involved, they even have the MR ready. They're just literally waiting for everything to come out of the embargo, the ship to go, and then they're pushing it in stream. Like, it's not even a now go start over problem. They've been keeping it up because if you think about doing that kind of work, like you're already in there with a needle picking up drop stitches to begin with. You're not going to want to set this up to be something you do twice.
This actually also happens with Fedora packages with Red Hat maintainers where there is an embargoed issue that Red Hat is aware of that Fedora community might not be. It's often the case that the maintainers build it internally and have that ready to go when they can, but it has to wait for the embargo to be done. Justin's got a clarification here, though.
To clarify that, build it internally.
Like I said, look for the people who are blanching right now. That's the person you really want to talk to.
No, to clarify that, especially with embargoed CVEs, build it internally. Yes, we can build it internally. I build embargoed kernel CVEs on my home system all the time. I test it locally as much as I can, make sure it works. But there is no system in Fedora for me to build and stage something that would be an official build. So I can't start the build process until I can commit to dist-git and then get it through Koji. And that's all once the embargo is lifted.
I understand that's the same in stream, so
Yeah.
that's basically the cause of the delay. There is not having secret places to do things.
And I've gotten yelled at when I've proposed secret places, so just so you know, the community is working. The second question that I believe you had was, what is going to happen with CentOS Stream 8 at the end of its 5-year life that the CentOS project has announced and that Red Hat obviously supports, because I didn't deny consensus. We don't know yet. We're in the process of figuring out what our development strategy is going to look like, and then we're going to move forward with letting the world know what our answer to that is. We will, of course, do that in consultation with the CentOS board. But the project board has also embraced the idea that CentOS Stream, from their perspective, is a 5-year thing. And the USS Enterprise will launch on its new mission. So I had to work that in there, right? So I think that's the perspective. And I do want to leave room for Davida if he wants from a board perspective or a project perspective to add something.
Yeah, I would say in a general standpoint, if you go on gitlab.com, Red Hat CentOS Stream, and you look at MRs on the group, you can see very, very clearly how the activity flows. You can also see that oftentimes the people making the MRs are still learning how to work through the process, so you might see a varying levels of quality in the comments, shall we say. That I think is proof, among other things, that this is really where the development is happening, and there isn't like a secret cabal on the side doing development somewhere else. But it is understandable that for things like embargoed CVEs and things like that, there has to be a separate process. There's no way around it. And like, if you've, I've been in environments where you get the email that, oh yeah, tomorrow at 4 a.m. expect something to happen to OpenSSL. I'm sure you might have been in environments similar to that. There's really not much you can do in those cases. The good thing though is that at least in every example I can think of where this happened, as soon as the vulnerability was public, the commit was published almost immediately on GitLab, and then the build went out within a reasonable time. I think there's only a couple of examples I can think of where this took slightly longer because people were still learning the process effectively.
And I apologize, I don't like chaining, but your question reminded me of something, and I want to publicly acknowledge it. When CentOS Stream was first announced, it flowed backwards.
Oh, yes.
We fixed that. We fixed that a long time ago, and non-Red Hat employees were not the only people upset about everybody trying to swim in the wrong direction. So we did, at the very beginning of time, have this weird system where things went around the curve and then kind of pretended they flowed down. That has long been gone, and I really encourage people to do as Davida has suggested, and go take a look at GitLab. That is your proof. Like, you don't need to believe me.
If you find it useful, I wrote like a short blog post for blog.centos.org a year or maybe more, I don't know, it's weird with COVID, but like some time ago I wrote a blog post that kind of tried to explain how this process works, because it was something that I wanted to understand, and I found that writing it was a lot easier and that people at work needed to understand, so maybe that helps.
Is that from Alexandra?
No, that was something I wrote. Alexandra also gives a talk, and I think had also a write-up that was very helpful. We should probably write a part 2 of this that puts the two together, because I think that would be valuable.
She couldn't make it because of visa things, but would be in the audience correcting us on everything we say here.
Yes.
If she was here. Correctly, too.
So just wondering what the collaboration workflow process is for embargoed CVEs with regard to RHEL, CentOS Stream, Alma, and Rocky. Because, you know, I imagine that if we get another Spectre meltdown type situation, it kind of behooves us in the sense of partner and openness to include the distros as early as possible. And of course, as early as possible is when they get read in, and when is that? But I'd like to, you know, what is that process today, or does it need to be hammered out?
I will speak, at least from my perspective and from what I know, and obviously I can't speak to what happens internally at Red Hat, but I do know that a lot of the CVEs are circulated on a private openwall.org mailing list, pre-release in the embargo period where those patches are discussed. And Red Hat, Canonical, a number of other organizations. I think Meta might be one of them. I don't remember.
I don't know if I can talk about this publicly.
Okay, well, anyways, there's a list, it's public, but that's kind of where that process happens, and there are requirements to be part of that group. And so I would personally love for more for us, distributions like Alma and Rocky to be able to participate in that. And I think that these sorts of changes that are being made, specifically with Alma being able to vary and build off of RHEL in a diversified way, that there's definitely reason for more organizations, I think, to be part of that and to collaborate.
I am not an expert in this space, and so I am only going to say that Red Hat fully cooperates within this space where it exists, and I honestly don't know the status of Alma Linux and Rocky Linux with regards to participation in this process. I encourage everybody who is building code to pay attention to where that code is coming from and to be able to have the engineering wherewithal to manage and control all of the pieces of code that matter to them. Beyond that, my understanding is that we do all of the CVE work on behalf of CentOS project and on behalf of Fedora project. My suspicion is with a focus on Fedora Linux and a focus on CentOS Stream. However, within the Fedora project, my understanding is that it is still true that everything that Fedora produces is derived from Fedora Linux, and that everything that is currently being built by a SIG in the CentOS project is derived from CentOS Stream. So indirectly, all of those other pieces will benefit from that work.
Yeah, I think the only caveat here is there is no formal CV process for content coming from CentOS SIGs, so it's up to the individual SIGs how to handle that. I would say most of the SIGs end up building content that's derived, as you mentioned, from either Fedora or CentOS Stream, so it's pretty immediate to do that. But if you're looking for a process that involves certified metadata and things like that, you are probably not going to get that there. Maybe you can start a SIG to look at adding that.
Mirroring everybody else up here, I'm not the best one to talk about that. But internally, some of the questions we have at Alma right now, like when we created our errata, for example, that was done in a way to mirror RHEL. And recently, when we were able to push a CVE fix before the fixes made it into Stream, it basically caused us to ask ourselves a question of, you know, we've got to rethink how we do errata now because we pushed that first. And at the time, we had no idea if that was going to make it into Stream and RHEL or not. It turns out it did. So you know, now we'll pull that same errata, but we've still got some rethinking to do. And you know, it's worth saying that none of this is 100% figured out. You know, it's our plan. We're figuring out the exact structure and what it looks like as we go, and trying to get involved in the development more and contributing to Stream is helping to force our hand on figuring that out. It's forcing us to stop and ask ourselves these questions.
I think we're running out of time.
We're way over time,
Way
actually.
over time,
Yeah.
you're right. So I guess if there's more questions, well, this will be a continuing conversation, I think. I'm really glad for everybody came up here. You know, it is a little bit of a scary thing, so it's good to, I think everybody who wanted drama should have come to my talk where we talked about discourse and the mailing list. There you could have had it. I think we did a good job of disappointing everybody who was looking for it here. So thank you, everybody. And I think we're going to go on a scavenger hunt and dinner. So, Justin's got some stuff to talk about. So
First,
thank you,
we'll
everybody.
have applause for our panelists and our moderator. So, quick housekeeping for tonight. We are going to go to a community dinner. Everyone is invited tonight. We will have shuttles leaving at 5:30. So I would suggest being in the lobby at 5:15. So take some time to refresh. Or we also have 3 workshops that have another half hour. Well, we ran over a little bit, so they're probably going to 20 minutes. But meet us in the lobby at 5:15. We're going to go to dinner, and we're going to do the scavenger hunt through Cork City from the restaurant. So I hope to see you all at the dinner, and we do have to leave this room because there is another event in 20. They're going to set up for the event and take everything down here now. So we will have to we are going to have to do a quick exit here, but thank you all for coming for day 2 of Flock, and hope to see you at the social tonight.